C. 2482. C. 2482 Xia Beiling knew that Chen Xiang had just broken through to the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm, but she felt that Chen Xiang was the kind of person who would not fight back. She was also very happy that Chen Xiang was able to stand out, but she was worried that Chen Xiang would be beaten to a pulp. You are the alchemist, fighting or something like that is not suitable for you. Xia Beiling immediately pulled Chen Xiang back. It's nothing. I used to play quite a lot, and my luck has always been good. I could always win. Chen Xiang smiled faintly. Void said, Don't force it, you are an alchemist, and you can even refine Xingdao Dan, forget it. We'll accept it too. Qingyang nodded his head. If alchemist is severely injured, it might have a huge impact on the future of pill refining. Don't take the risk. Seniors, there's no need to worry. Just let me go up and take a look. My hands have been itching for a long time already. He had stepped into the Dao Dan realm, but he had yet to experience the benefits of the Dao Dan realm. For example, the ability of the Dao Dan realm to borrow the energy of the natural law principles. All right then, if we can't beat him, we will stop him immediately. Seeing how determined Chen Xiang was, the air could only allow Chen Xiang to go up. Is there really no problem? Xia Beiling frowned. Her face was filled with worry as she asked, No problem, I can definitely beat them. Chen Xiang laughed and then walked toward Li Bao in large strides. Li Bao sized Chen Xiang up for a moment and laughed coldly. You sure are confident. Even though they don't think much of you, you actually still dare to come up. However, I am also looking forward to fighting with a human alchemist and defeating him. This is a rare opportunity. Wait till you defeat me. You seem so much more confident than I am, so you won't laugh at me. Chen Xiang laughed. Alchemist brat, you look so much like a weak chicken. Can you really fight against me? The tiger riding man laughed. Defeating you is impossible, but I think defeating Li Bao shouldn't be a problem. Chen Xiang replied, Yo, you're pretty calm. If you can beat the 5 of us strongest kids, we promise to stop this war for 10 years. The tiger riding man laughed. Really? Do you know how to disobey words? Chen Xiang asked. Ha! I never lie. Ask your 3 Dao sovereigns if you don't believe me. The big fellow on the tiger laughed out loud. All right, I believe you. Chen Xiang looked at Qingyang and Xia Beiling, and they nodded. This showed that the tiger rider's reputation was not bad. I'm ready. Chen Xiang said, Begin. The tiger riding warrior immediately shouted. Just like the 3 of them who attacked Tianrui and the others, Li Bao rushed over from the start. With an extremely fast speed, his aura, which was as fierce as lightning, arrived in front of Chen Xiang in an instant. However, he missed. Because Chen Xiang was even faster, he was actually behind Li Bao in an instant. A fist ignited in flames and smashed onto Li Bao's back like a giant axe. Boo! Oh. Chen Xiang's fist carried the powerful meteor immortal power as it directly landed on Li Bao's back, releasing a wave of scorching heat that melted all the stones around. After the flames scattered, Li Bao's entire body was scorched black, lying on the scorching ground and moaning. Xia Beiling and the other 3 Dao sovereigns were stunned. They never thought that Chen Xiang could actually fight like that. Only now did Xia Beiling remember that Chen Xiang also knew how to use spatial energy and had instantly teleported behind Li Bao just now to launch that extremely fatal strike. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. Chen Xiang said to the burly man riding the tiger, who had a gloomy expression. Then he picked up Li Bao and threw him to them. Although Li Bao's entire body was charred black, he was only burned by the hot air from the meteor immortal power. He was unable to fight in a short period of time, and would be better after taking some medicine. Was secretly pleased he had only borrowed a bit of the heavens' path's flame power. He did not expect it to be so terrifying, and with one move he beat Li Bao down. Beautiful! Cried the happy Void in that tender voice, and raised her little pink fist. Flying leopard, you go! The big fellow, was in existence as strong as the 3 Tao sovereigns. He had already seen through Chen Xiang just now, and knew how powerful he was, especially due to the usage of the spatial energy. Xia Beiling, is this your disciple? Because he knew that Xia Beiling used his spatial energy. No, Xia Beiling laughed. He taught me his pill techniques. You have lost for sure. It's rare for a human to have such a powerful little ghost. Let me see just how strong he is. Flying leopard. Remember this from the beginning. You have to use your full strength. Don't hide your true strength like Li Bao. The man on the tiger urged. Understood, Beast Master. Then it came to the battlefield and looked at Qin Xiang. He looked very similar to Li Bao. Maybe it was because of the leopard pattern on their faces, but they looked the same. Begin. A voice shouted from the void. From the very beginning, the azure dragon Dao scar on Chen Xiang's body lit up, and under his mental control, he borrowed the thunder power from the heavenly Tao to condense a very strong power. The flying leopard had only taken 2 steps forward and was only 3 meters away from Qin Xiang. However, a bolt of lightning had come out of nowhere and accurately struck the back of the flying leopard. Qin Xiang had been completely motionless from beginning to end, and didn't have the slightest bit of aura on his body. Yet he had quickly condensed a bolt of lightning, and appeared behind the flying leopard's back out of nowhere. This was the result of him using the spatial lightning strike of the azure dragon's Tao mark to attack, and he also borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao to make the lightning strike stronger. In a short period of time, he would be able to condense enough thunder power and defeat the flying leopard. At this time, Qin Xiang was still controlling the thunder power, so he was worried that he would kill the flying leopard. When the other party gets furious, the 3 cities might immediately face war. The flying leopard was thrown back by Qin Xiang, and he also took away the thunder power at that time, so the flying leopard could quickly stand up. However, he was already filled with fear towards Qin Xiang now. And you go up. The tiger rider's face became gloomy, because even he did not understand Qin Xiang's method of attack. It was simply too bizarre. Xia Beiling could actually see a little, because she could feel that there were extremely weak spatial fluctuations. Qin Xiang had clearly used the power of SPAC, and had even quickly condensed her thunder power to attack through the air. But all of this was too fast, and the most important thing was that Qin Xiang did not make any movements at all. The opposing Ying looked like a teenager, but he had a pair of wings on his back, which should be an eagle. C-2483. C-2483 Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to look at Ying. He had actually used fire power, but looking at how confident he was, it was definitely not only because of the powerful flames, but also because he had other trump cards. The panther that had been defeated by him earlier was also very strong, but before it could even display its full strength, Qin Xiang had already defeated it, so the panther was feeling very aggrieved. After the tiger rider shouted for it to start, Ying immediately flew high into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiang raised his head to look at the sky. Are you still going to fight? Void hastily said, He flew so high. Isn't that just running away? His speed was very fast, and upon closer inspection, it was precisely this CLU-S fire that Ying had shot down from the skies. Furthermore, his own speed had increased, which was why he was so fast. It was almost as if he had teleported. Ying directly struck down, but Qin Xiang did not dodge. After being struck by the ball of flames, his body actually scattered. Everyone was startled, thinking that Qin Xiang had been destroyed, but then suddenly shouted, Ying, be careful! He had dodged it long ago, and just as he was about to attack Ying once again shot up into the sky. But this time, Ying was blocked by a ball of flame. With a hissing sound, after the ball of flames exploded, it turned into a vermilion sparrow with flames all over its body. Its body was extremely huge, its claws grabbing onto Ying. It wasn't just Qingyang and the others. Even the beasts riding the tiger rider were extremely frightened. They thought that the true vermilion bird had appeared, because it was simply too similar. The stronger the Daoyuan immortal power, the stronger the vermilion bird would be, and the bigger the vermilion bird would be. Because the second divine sense C had the vermilion bird's strongest divine soul. The vermilion bird that he was releasing right now was extremely realistic, possessing the aura of a heavenly beast. Ah-Ing was a bird, and was most afraid of these divine beasts. Hence, after being caught, he was already trembling in fear, unable to continue fighting. Chun Xiang immediately rose into the air and punched Ah-Ing in the abdomen, causing Ah-Ing to scream out loud. After that, he punched a few more times. Each of his punches were extremely berserk, causing Ah-Ing to lose the ability to fight. After that, he controlled the vermilion bird to put Ah-Ing down. At this moment, everyone could tell that Chun Xiang was the one who created the vermilion bird. Chun Xiang controlled the vermilion bird to gradually shrink and enter his palm. Everyone finally regained their senses, and they were extremely surprised at what kind of mysterious technique Chun Xiang had cultivated to actually be able to produce a vermilion bird. We've lost. Because Chun Xiang was simply too strong, he felt that even if it was someone at the first or second stage of Dao Realm, he would still have difficulty defeating Chun Xiang. Even though they still had 2 players to fight, there was no point in continuing to fight. I promised you that we wouldn't fight in 10 years. Let's go. After the tiger rider finished speaking, he left. Riding on those giant beasts, he soon left. Chun Xiang laughed. Aren't these guys very strong? Xia Beiling laughed. You are really too powerful. If it was someone of the same level, they would be considered stronger. You are really a weirdo. Not only are you good at concocting pills, you are also good at fighting. Just average. Chun Xiang laughed. Thank you for buying us so much time. Void said with gratitude. There's no need to be polite. It's just a small matter. Chun Xiang said, although these Dao sovereigns looked like children, he was clear that they were not that simple. Otherwise, they would not have been able to create 3 cities, and they would have been able to intimidate undead divine race. Otherwise, he would have already rushed into the inner city. Just as Chun Xiang was thinking about the undead divine race, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation which alarmed him. What enemy? There's no need for us to worry. The void could sense a group of people approaching. Qingyang immediately rushed over to Chun Xiang's side while holding a short sword, as if wanting to protect Chun Xiang. Xia Beiling had heard from Chun Xiang that the undead divine race was hunting him down, so she knew who Chun Xiang's enemies were, and she quickly rushed over to Chun Xiang's side to protect him. Chun Xiang, you are dead today. I have been waiting for you to come out. Be a little more honest and hand over the 2 heavenly artifact first, and then teach us your pill techniques. That way, we won't have to exhaust ourselves in torturing you and force you to hand over your pills. The one who spoke was a yellow-haired old man. He was from undead divine race. From the undead divine race? Void frowned. What are you guys doing here? Many years ago, your ancestor was already beaten away by us, and you still dare to come. Other than undead divine race, there were also evil spirit race and the 3 elders from infinite divine mountain. Little thing, if you and Chun Xiang are together, you must be his friend, right? This way is also good. I'll capture you all and force Chun Xiang. The yellow-haired old man laughed savagely. You're courting death. The heir snorted. He looked like a child and did not deserve to be looked down upon. But Chun Xiang knew that he was a Dao sovereign. Just as the words left his mouth, the yellow-haired old man's smile froze, because one of his arms suddenly disappeared. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain, nor did he bleed. Chun Xiang was also shocked. He simply could not sense any energy fluctuations earlier. One had to know that the yellow-haired old man was a very powerful undead divine race. He actually lost an arm. The yellow-haired old man's arm was at Xia Beiling's feet. But what made Chun Xiang even more surprised was that her palm had a transparent box, and inside it there was a beating heart. The yellow-haired old man touched his chest and said in shock, My heart is in your hands." The small short sword in Qingyang's hands flew out as well, slowly floating to in front of the yellow-haired old man. Then in a flash, it entered the yellow-haired old man's head. Following that, the yellow-haired old man hugged his head and shouted out, and then he started to punch and kick the people around him. In the blink of an eye, he had injured a few undead divine race S who were following him. After the evil spirit race warriors saw this, they all started to attack. However, they discovered that their arms had become translucent and all the energy in their bodies had disappeared. However, they could hear their voices. However, when they rushed over to attack Qinxiang, they only penetrated his body, but not Qinxiang's. Qinxiang looked at Qingyang and the sky. He never thought that these two brats would actually possess such terrifying powers. Of course, Xiao Beiling's spatial energy was also very scary. It could actually take away someone's heart through the air, and also didn't injure that person. Only now did he realize that these three fellows looked more like Dao sovereigns. See 2484. See 2480 for the undead divine race and evil spirit race were running around like translucent souls now, unable to even speak. Chen Xiang did not know what kind of power caused them to become like this, but he could guess that it was the Void Holy Man who did it. Abdu, what are you going to do with them? Void asked, if I want to kill them, will there be any serious consequences? Chun Xiang thought about it and said, these people were simply too annoying, and he didn't have enough strength to fight them. Not in a short time. But I suggest you keep them alive for now and seal them somewhere. Undead divine race and red spirit race are still quite troublesome. If they were to die right now, they would definitely find out about it. If they found out that it was you who did it, it would bring about quite a bit of trouble. Void said. Chun Xiang nodded. He thought the same, took out the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, and said, can you put them into my divine furnace? Upon seeing Chun Xiang's chuangs, H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. Both Su Kong and Qingyang's eyes immediately lit up. They seemed to be able to see that Chun Xiang's chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace was very good stuff. Where did you get this stove? Xiao Beiling also saw through it. She anxiously leaned over and asked. I picked it up. Chen Xiang laughed. Can you seal them in this furnace? I've thrown a lot of tough guys in before. There's no doubt about it. Your furnace itself is very scary. Furthermore, with our seal, we can definitely keep them inside for a period of time. Once you have enough strength, it will not be too late for you to kill them. Ning nodded. When the group of undead divine race and the others heard their conversation, they all wanted to escape, but Xiao Beiling had released C domain long ago, enveloping them within. Therefore, they could only run around here, and from time to time they would pierce through Chen Xiang and the others' bodies. The Void, Qingyang, and Xiao Beiling all joined forces to seal the group of fellows inside a pearl. Chen Xiang did not know how they managed to do it, but they were all Dao sovereigns and had extremely powerful abilities. Chen Xiang had thrown the pearl inside the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace in order to prevent them from escaping. It's much quieter now. Chen Xiang laughed. Thank you, seniors. You're welcome. You've helped us a lot. He then looked toward Xiao Beiling and asked, Bai Ling, did you give him any rewards for his Xingdao Dan? Not yet. He hasn't thought of what he wants. Xiao Beiling stuck his tongue out at Chen Xiang. I almost thought of it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chen Xiang said, now that he did not have this group of irritating people constantly chasing him. Chen Xiang felt a lot more at ease. At least, when he went out in the future, he would not need to be worried. Xiao Beiling immediately used a spatial S. H-I plus FT to bring Qin Xiang and Su Kong back to White Spirit City. The disciples brought by the azure sky sword were all injured, and they were in a hurry to take them to recuperate. When they left, they told Qin Xiang that if he needed any help in the future, he could come to them at any time. After Qingyang and Su Kong left, Xia Beiling immediately pinched Qin Xiang's handsome face and said with a smile, "Brat, you're really awesome. To be able to help us turn the tide, I really like you more and more. Sister Beiling, I like you a lot too. Why don't you be my wife?" Qin Xiang said with a smile, and then he also caressed Xia Beiling's face. "Humph, you're such a good little rascal. I won't do it." "Right, you mentioned earlier that you want some compensation. Hurry up and say it," Xia Beiling urged. "I've always been thinking about your compensation, so I feel very uncomfortable inside. Can you come with me to one place? I want to go back and see my wives. Because I've been hunted down so much these days, I'm afraid to go back. I'm worried about leading those guys to that place." Qin Xiang said. "Is it that simple?" Xia Beiling asked. "Yes, accompany me back for a while." Qin Xiang replied, "It won't take long." Xia Beiling thought for a moment, then nodded his head. "I'll go back now. I have some matters to attend to first. Wait for me." Qin Xiang waited for more than 2 hours before she returned. Then she said, "I will directly go over." Xia Beiling possessed extremely strong spatial energy, so with her help he would definitely be able to return very quickly. Qin Xiang transferred the location of the hundreds of Flowers Villages book into her mind through transmission of memories, and after getting a rough idea of where it was, Xia Beiling teleported over with Qin Xiang. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang had already arrived near the hundreds of Flowers Village. When he was near the hundreds of Flowers Village, he could see that there was a huge city in the distance. Long Jiuxiao had told him before that he would build a city and gather all the Dragon Clan 9 Heaven Schoolless and other races together. This way, it would be more convenient for everyone. The hundreds of Flowers Village was still in one place alone, and the defenses of this place were also very strong. Long Jiuxiao had used a lot of energy to help them strengthen their defensive arrays. After all, Long Jiuxiao was a grandmaster of formations. After Qin Xiang brought Xia Beiling into the Change Village, Xia Beiling was amazed because all of them were excellent women, although their overall strength was not very strong, but she could see that all of the women had good potential. Qin Xiang had also seen many familiar faces, and he had greeted them before bringing Xia Beiling to LV Qilian's residence. "Sister Qilian." When Qin Xiang came in, he took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a sound transmission to LV Qilian, telling her to wait for him in the hall. Seeing Qin Xiang had returned, LV Qilian hurriedly said, "I had thought that you would disappear for a long period of time again. I heard that Undead Divine Race and the others are chasing after you. It's good that you can return now." LV Qilian looked at Xia Beiling. She was also used to Qin Xiang bringing women every time he returned. She politely smiled at Xia Beiling. "Aren't you going to introduce her?" "Sister Qilian, don't let your imagination run wild. She's different from the woman I brought back previously," Qin Xiang hurriedly said. He was worried that LV Qilian would misunderstand and then provoke the temperamental Xia Beiling with his words. "I'm Xia Beiling. This little scoundrel helped me greatly. Then I promised to return with him." Xia Beiling giggled, then patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "So you're the wife?" LV Qilian smiled and nodded. "Looks like you are definitely very strong. If not, he would not have let you escort him back." "Right? Are Sister Feng and the others here?" Qin Xiang asked. "Yu Jie and Xiao Yan are not here. They went to the 3 Money Divine City to look for you, but did not expect you to be here." LV Qilian said, 3 Money Divine City is looking for me? What are they looking for me for?" Qin Xiang felt that there must be something important. "It's about your father." LV Qilian sighed. "Father." Qin Xiang became extremely excited. He only knew that his father had always been inside the 9 Heaven world, and was responsible for protecting Feng Yujie's grave in the past. He had lost contact with him later on, and let Huang Jintian calculate that as well. But Huang Jintian could not calculate where his father was. See 2485. See 2485. LV Qilian nodded her head. "She is only talking about your father. You should ask her about the specifics. She and Qiao Yin will be staying in 3 Money Divine City for a while. You guys can still go and find them now. I know. Chun Xiang's heart was heavy at this moment, because he did not want to hear bad news about his father. Don't worry, your father is fine. Yu Jie only said that she found your father. LV Chilian held Chun Xiang's hand and calmed her down. Of course, she knew what Chun Xiang was feeling at this moment. Chun Xiang was now much more relieved than usual. I will go look for Mei Yao and the others. I have just learned how to refine pills. I will teach them the art of alchemy. All right. LV Chilian smiled sweetly at Chun Xiang. If Xia Beiling was not here, they would definitely get along after a long separation. Chun Xiang brought Xia Beiling and headed towards Su Meiyao's small villa. Xiangyu, Sister Meiyao. When Chun Xiang entered the courtyard, he saw that these 2 seductive girls were playing around. Their clothes were also cool now, exposing their long legs and beautiful snow-white shoulders. With one glance, Xia Beiling could tell that the relations H.I. plus P between the 2 of them was not ordinary. These 2 bewitching enchantress actually made her feel a little moved, and she really wanted to go and strip her of all her clothes so that she could enjoy herself. You really do have quite a good luck with women. Xia Beiling sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang and snorted. You already have so many women by your side, but you're still thinking about me. Little scoundrel. When Su Meiyao saw Chun Xiang bringing the woman back, he pretended to be jealous and flew to Chun Xiang's side. With a pout, he lightly pinched Chun Xiang's stomach. Stop messing around. Chun Xiang glanced at her chest, curled his lips, and said, Sister Feng is not here. You guys are so free now. No way. We just concocted a pill for a period of time. It's a good time to rest. Hua, Shengyue walked over and started stroking Chun Xiang's body. Enough! I have just taught you a kind of pill that I learned. This will allow you all to quickly reach the 10th stage of the Daopa realm. Chun Xiang pinched both of their BU, TTS, causing them to let out a cry. They all know how to refine. Xia Beiling suddenly asked. She already understood the reason for Chun Xiang's return. It was to teach the pill technique to her own woman, because Chun Xiang had just refined a Xingdao Dan in White Spirit City. Yes, not only them. There are also quite a few pretty girls who know how to refine pills. I'll bring you to see them now. Chun Xiang laughed. Little scoundrel, who is this beauty? Did you eat them? Speaking of which, you are becoming more and more unimpressive. Yet you did not eat Xiao, Yen, and Hongqing. Su Meiyao giggled. Are you saying that since I'm no longer by your side, no one will give you courage anymore? In the past, Su Meiyao would often instigate Chun Xiang to do such a thing when he was in the Serene Jade Ring. Don't spout nonsense. Sister Bai Ling is very strong. She is the type of girl that is very, very strong. Chun Xiang was very serious, and when Hua Xiangyue and Su Meiyao realized that Chun Xiang was serious, they immediately restrained themselves. Xia Beiling laughed. It seems like Chun Xiang has many things that I do not know. I want to stay here for a while. Can I do it? That way I can exchange pill techniques with them. No, Sister Bai Ling is so busy, you still need to worry about the matters of an entire city. Chun Xiang immediately said. It would be fine for Xia Beiling to stay here for a period of time, but she would definitely know about all kinds of things related to him. It's fine. White Spirit City is not busy. There's still 10 years left. Xia Beiling chuckled, then he went over to Su Meiyao and Hua Xiangyue's side and pulled their jade hands. Little sisters, do you want me to stay or not? Of course. Su Meiyao laughed. Let's go. We will bring you to meet the other sisters. They are all great beauties. Hua Xiangyue and Su Meiyao were already pulling Xia Beiling into the hall. And now, Wu Qianqian had just come out from a secret room. She saw Chun Xiang and smiled at him. After that, Ji Linger, Red Cloud, and Duanyao all came out of their rooms and began to impart to them the method to refine the Xingdao Dan. They were very familiar with the heavenly alchemy, so it was not very difficult to learn it. When he finished imparting the skills to them, Qinxiang went to find Shui Xianxian and the others. Yuqing, have you seen your father? When Qinxiang entered the hall, he saw that Su Yuqing was carving a round piece of jade very seriously. Husband. Su Yuqing didn't sense anyone coming at all. When she saw Qinxiang, she shouted in pleasant surprise and threw herself into Qinxiang's embrace. I saw him. He's fine. Su Yuqing said, I am worried to death about you, listening to your master. You are being chased by the undead divine race. The guy chasing me has never had a good ending. Qinxiang pinched her pill, refining. What about Xianxian and the others? They are all resting and haven't woken up yet. Su Yuqing chuckled. Do you want to go in and see them? Seeing Su Yuqing's ambiguous smile, Qinxiang immediately understood and entered the room. He saw that Lu Meng'er, Dongfang Xinyue, and Shui Xianxian were all sleeping on the same bed. Jing Er was called away by Yulan. Those little sisters of hers would gather together every once in a while. Su Yuqing had already taken off her clothes. Seeing his jade body, Qinxiang could no longer hold on to it, and upon learning that Qinxiang had returned, she anxiously came over, only to see Qinxiang and Su Yuqing together. Qinxiang played with a few girls, then went to look for Xia Beiling and the others. At this time they were refining Xingdao Danes, so he didn't want to disturb them. Senior Long, Qinxiang saw Long Jiuxiao, and at the moment he was practicing with a few young dragons, and when he saw Qinxiang, he quickly brought Qinxiang to a room. I heard that you went to the spirit wasteland. Long Jiuxiao said, because Huang Yantian was also here. After calculating where Qinxiang was going, he would tell Long Jiuxiao and LV Chilian. Yes. Qinxiang nodded. I brought back a Dao sovereign from inside. Senior, you know about the matters regarding Spirit Wasteland. Dao sovereigns are extremely powerful. However, their powers have been restricted. The stronger Dao sovereigns are, the greater their limitations are. Long Jiuxiao frowned. Qinxiang immediately understood why the void in his vision and the azure sun were both brats. It turned out that both of them had been restricted. Why is it like this? Qinxiang asked. I don't know either. I don't know, not even the Dao sovereigns themselves. However, according to what they're saying, transcending the tribulation is a failure. Long Jiuxiao said, C. 2486. C. 2486 Long Jiuxiao seemed to be extremely knowledgeable about the ancient 8 desolations. But Qinxiang lacked understanding of this aspect. He had asked Xia Beiling before, but Xia Beiling did not know much about it. Senior, how much do you know about the matters of the ancient desolation? Qinxiang asked. I only know a little bit, that the ancient desolate land has mainly expanded too quickly, and thus has been separated by some sort of power into other dimensions. The current big chaotic times is a new 8 desolations world, and the current new 8 wastelands is also expanding too quickly. Long Jiuxiao said. Qinxiang suddenly understood and said, all of this is for balance. Long Jiuxiao nodded. That's right. Even though you've merged 2 eras, these 2 eras did not become chaotic because of this, but on the contrary, they have become balanced. However, this balance did not last for a very long time, so you allowed the ancient wasteland of time and SPAC to return back to its normal path, existing together with the new 8 wastelands. I only know that there are 3 Dao sovereigns in the spirit wasteland. They have built 3 cities, and the overall strength of the cities is quite strong. Qinxiang said, although the spirit wasteland is a relatively small ancient desolation, there shouldn't be just 3 cities above. Of course, there must be other beings inside. It's just that you haven't seen them yet. Long Jiuxiao replied, of course, in the ancient 8 wastelands, the beast wasteland is the strongest. The few wastelands were all linked together in the past, and there were constant fights and killings. Beast wasteland, you sound very strong. Chen Xiang recalled that the tiger rider in the spirit wasteland was a very powerful beast. Yes, the origin of our dragon race should be the beast wasteland. You should be clear about how powerful the heavenly beast is. Almost all of the heavenly beasts are from the ancient beast wasteland. Long Juxiao said, I just don't know if there are any more dragons above beast wasteland. There must be. With such a powerful dragon, maybe it can dominate the beast wasteland. Qin Xiang laughed. It's hard to say our dragon race is only being used here, but I heard that there are also 3 great native bank in the ancient 8 desolations. Hearing Long Jiuxiao's words, Qin Xiang hurriedly nodded. I've also seen the 3 great native banks in Spirit Wasteland. So these 3 great native banks are indeed very strange. The situation is getting more and more complicated, but we don't have to worry. At least we still have a lot of time to stabilize and develop. Long Juxiao said, with my strength, even if some powers discovered our existence, I would still be able to resist. Now I am not afraid of that Ned poison. Long Juxiao had lost to him because of that poison back then. He felt that if he wasn't poisoned, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. This was also why Qin Xiang wasn't worried about hundreds of Flowers Village. Long Juxiao also knew that hundreds of Flowers Village was extremely important to him. Although the hundreds of Flowers Village was filled with women, they had a large role to play. Most of the pills in this city were provided by the hundreds of Flowers Village. In the 9 Heaven School there were many alchemists, and those that were trustworthy among them all knew how to refine pills. Their alchemy skills all originated from the heavenly alchemy, and the herbs were all provided by the hundreds of Flowers Village. In the ancient wastelands, which wasteland is the most powerful? Qin Xiang asked. I don't know about that, but I do know that the most mysterious thing is the divine wasteland. It is said that many terrifying fellows are gathered inside, which is also the reason why the ancient 8 wastelands were separated and lost their time and wander around. Long Juxiao said in a deep voice, however, they should be with us now. If we are lucky, we might be able to find the divine wasteland. Beast wasteland, spirit wasteland, divine wasteland, and the other 5 ancient wastelands. Qin Xiang asked, Human wasteland, mainly humans, then devil wasteland, evil wasteland. From the name, you should know what it is. And lastly, there are the more powerful, profound wasteland and sacred wasteland. Long Juxiao said, the ancient 8 desolations include beast wasteland spirit wasteland divine wasteland human wasteland evil wasteland profound wasteland and sacred wasteland New 8 wastelands is one of the 5 great wastelands, and then there are the other 3. Qin Xiang asked. He was only slightly concerned about her now. The new 8 great wastelands are dominated by humans. The other 3 are the beast wasteland, the ice wasteland, and the spirit wasteland. As far as I know, there are 3 great native banks in all of these wasteland. Long Juxiao said, Senior, then have you ever seen the most powerful person among the 3 great native banks? Qin Xiang asked. No, they're all very strong, and they are not someone that can be seen at any time. I once wanted to go and see them, but I did not succeed. I was able to converse with one of them for a period of time with his guidance and benefited greatly. In short, they are all of that kind with relatively gentle personalities. They are mainly responsible for finding the ones with the greatest potential amongst humans, and they do not care too much about the affairs of the 3 great native banks. Long Juxiao shook his head. In other words, the 3 great native banks of the primordial 8 desolations are the same as well. Qin Xiang felt that this was kind of inconceivable. The ancient wasteland had wandered around in chaotic time and space for many years. Probably. Long Juxiao nodded. So you must remember, do not ever offend the 3 great native banks, or else the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Xiang had already known about it since long ago, and the 3 great native bank gave him a good impression as well. Chun Xiang, leave the heavenly magic sword here for a while. I'll help you repair it. Long Jiuxiao said, this will be of great help to you in the future. All right, since I will be staying in 3 Money Divine City for a while, it will be safer there. I will go retrieve it after some time. Chun Xiang nodded. Chun Xiang gave the heavenly magic sword to Long Jiuxiao. Then he went to find his old friends in the city. Every time Yin Xiao Dao, Zhu Rong, and the others saw Chun Xiang, they would beat him up very rudely, letting him treat them to food and drinks. Chun Xiang had already gotten used to it. These were his old friends that he grew up with. From time to time, he would gather with them and brag, making him very happy. Chun Xiang stayed in the Hundreds of Flowers village for a few days and reminisced about old times with those beauties. He also saw Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang, his 2 battle-loving sisters. What made him surprised was that Xia Beiling actually decided to stay here for a period of time. In the morning, Chun Xiang got up from L.V. Chilian's bed. L.V. Chilian had already put on her clothes and combed her beautiful hair. Last night, Chun Xiang had already told her about Xia Beiling's situation, and it gave her a huge shock. This was because the last few times she had seen Xia Beiling, she had seen Xia Beiling being like a mischievous little girl, chasing and playing with Long Shuai in Hundreds of Flowers village. He was playing like a child, not like a Dao sovereign at all. Chun Xiang, when you go find your father, if you encounter any problems, remember to be calm and not do anything stupid. Last night, Chun Xiang told her many things about the ancient desolation. The current situation was extremely complicated, and Chun Xiang, who loved to cause trouble, made her very worried. See 2487. See 2487. Chun Xiang was concerned about his father's matters. He did not stay for long as he brought Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin to the 3 Money Divine City. Xia Beiling was still unwilling to leave Hundreds of Flowers village. Perhaps she had never met her rival's playmates, and now that she met such a crazy girl in Hundreds of Flowers village, she was unwilling to leave. Sometimes her temper was like that of a child's. Chun Xiang felt that this was not a bad thing. At least with her in the Hundreds of Flowers village, it would make the place safer. He had once again returned to the 3 Money Divine City. Now that his villa had been taken over by Huang Jintian, Xie Chuyen and Feng Yujie were both inside. Because Chun Xiang's father once stood at the place Feng Yujie had hidden her power, which was the mysterious tomb. So now that there was news about his father, Feng Yujie had personally come over. Furthermore, she wanted to come over with Xie Chuyen to take a look at the 3 Money Divine City S. In the future, they might enter the city often. Sister Feng, I didn't expect you to come in. Chun Xiang laughed. Feng Yujie's current cultivation was not very high, only at the 3rd level of the Dao Dan realm, but he used a lot of jade coins. Xie Chuyen was more familiar with them now. When she saw Chun Xiang, she also knew how to smile. It was not like how cold and indifferent she was in the past. What kind of fortuitous encounters did you have in the spirit desolate land? Xie Chuyen had also entered the spirit wasteland before, and had later returned to Hundreds of Flowers village with Long Shuang and the others. There's a city inside. Chun Xiang explained the situation inside, then asked, Sister Feng, you said that you have news about my father. Do you know where he is? At this time, Huang Jintian came out with some fruit wine and said, Your father is in a rather complicated situation. Chapter mid, Feng Yujie nodded. The tomb your father was in earlier was specially refined. It is equivalent to a small island that can float at any time. Adding to that, there is a dragon vein below, and a huge change in 9 Heaven World. That small island has undergone a very strange evolution. Even small islands know how to evolve. Chun Xiang was startled. The tomb was the world he was born in. He was already very familiar with the place. It was not an island, but a very large one. It had been missing for a period of time and had undergone a huge transformation. Many humans had died on it. That's nothing. After all, that island was specially refined. Perhaps because it had been supplied with energy by the dragon vein for a long time, it gradually gained its own intelligence. Huang Jintian said, "Everything has a spirit. You should understand it better." Chun Xiang nodded his head. The mountain spirit he saw in the chaotic mountain was the same, and the little treeman he saw before was about the same. I didn't expect such a change. It's no longer something we can control. I suddenly had a reaction to this island before. Feng Yujie said, "That island is still in this era." Huang Jintian said, "Because of the merging of the two eras, the Nine Heaven World and the Star Law Divine realm no longer exist, and are all in the wasteland. Originally, the island should be like this, but because it has a spirit and is considered a living being, it did not integrate into the wasteland and is able to stand on its own." Chun Xiang said in surprise, "Doesn't that mean that it's an independent world?" Huang Jintian nodded, "Yes, but if you don't have enough strength, it will be difficult to protect you. And this island has only just appeared, so there must have been many things that happened before. I know where that island is. I have a feeling, but I feel that it is a bit far away." Feng Yujie sighed, "And we are still relatively weak right now, so it's not convenient for us to face danger in the long run." Chun Xiang also felt that this was a rather difficult task, although he had many methods. But if he were to meet someone extremely strong, he had no other choice. For example, a powerful Tao sovereign like Xia Beiling, who knew how to use the laws of SPAC. Once he met someone like her who specialized in dealing with him, he wouldn't be far from death. That's not a problem. Chun Xiang immediately thought of Xia Beiling. He felt that with his relations, HI plus P with Xia Beiling, it would definitely not be a problem for her to follow him. There's a very powerful Tao sovereign in the hundreds of Flowers Village. I just came from the White Spirit City, and she only wanted to escort me back. I never expected her to stay in the hundreds of Flowers Village and not leave. Chun Xiang laughed. With her accompanying me, it will definitely be very safe. Really? When Feng Yujie heard the two words Tao Sovereign, she also felt that it was very powerful. Is there really a Tao Sovereign in the hundreds of Flowers Village? Was it a man or a woman? You actually refused to leave hundreds of Flowers Village. Xie Chuyen was also very surprised. With a single glance, she could tell that she was very clear on the Tao Sovereign's strength. Female, Chun Xiang laughed. Do you want to go back and see her now? She is also an alchemist, and her alchemy skills are quite special. She doesn't know how to release flames, but she can make use of external flames to successfully refine pills. This is an eccentric apothecary. All right, let's head back to take a look at her now. Feng Yujie's eyes lit up. She actually liked to interact with those weird pill refiners. For example, when she was together with Xie Chuyen, she learned a lot of things from her. MN, be careful on your way back. Don't forget to have them teach you the method to refine Xingdao Dan. If you eat Xingdao Dan, you can quickly advance to the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm. Chun Xiang said, All right, when we are all at the 10th stage of the Dao Dan realm, let's see if we can get the female Dao sovereign that you mentioned to come here with us to find you. Feng Yujie nodded. After Xie Chuyen and Feng Yujie left, Chun Xiang took out a few Xingdao Dan pellets refined by Chu Hongqing and gave them to Huang Jintian, saying, Master, you are still in the Dao Dan realm right now. Eating these pellets will allow you to reach the 10th stage of the Dao pellet very quickly. Huang Jintian quickly took it and smiled. Let me try and see if this kind of Dan is really that good. After seeing Huang Jintian leave, Chun Xiang shook his head and smiled, then entered a pill refining room. He was going to refine some Shengdao Dan and use them to sell. Honey, it will be a bit more difficult during this period of time. Let's refine 100 pills first, said. He could also grow the stone like materials used to refine Xingdao Dan, so Chun Xiang had a lot of materials as well. Only 100 pills? This is too easy. Her current pill refining skills had also increased by a lot. although the number of pills produced in one furnace was not as many as Chunxiang. The difference in speed and quality was almost the same. 100 pills was extremely fast for Qinxiang and Chu Hongqing. It only took him 3 days to refine 120 pills, and the advantage of the heavenly refining technique was that as long as he was able to refine the same pill more often, he would be able to refine even faster and faster. See 2488. See 2488 when Qinxiang walked out of the pill refining room. He saw Huang Jintian sitting in the hall with a face full of smiles, drinking fruit wine with his legs crossed. "Master, how are the effects of the Xingdao Dan?" Qinxiang asked. "The effect is not ordinary." Huang Jintian gave Qinxiang a big thumbs up. "Taking you in as my disciple is the most correct thing to do in my life, hee. Other people are all helped by Master. Why do you always look like you're my friend now?" Qinxiang laughed, then took out a cup and poured himself some fruit wine. "There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked you to lay your hands on a useless master like me? That's why I'm sure I'll be able to eat you for the rest of my life." Huang Jintian laughed. "Help me count my dad. See if I can calculate his current situation." Qinxiang laughed. "You have truly received my benefits." When Huang Jintian took out his Tianyanji, D-record-s, he needed to use them even when he was doing something difficult. "It seems that this is the only use I have in your eyes." Huang Jintian laughed. After he took out the Tianyanji, D-record, he began to count. Huang Jintian's Tianyan, D-record-s could only be seen by himself, so when outsiders looked at them, they were all transparent. But now, Chunxiang could see that the flat surface of the crystal board was filled with white words that he could not understand. Huang Jintian frowned. His expression did not look good. "Master!" Qinxiang shouted. He began to worry too, because Huang Jintian rarely had such expressions. Huang Jintian opened his eyes, his expression solemn. "Master, what was the result?" Qinxiang asked quickly. "It's hard to say, but your father is still alive. But the situation isn't too good. The life evolution I used just now can be considered as a life force technique. I think your father's life force is a bit weak, so this situation isn't good." Huang Jintian patted Qinxiang's shoulder. "But you don't have to worry. I've already calculated his lifespan a few times already. But there's no obvious signs of him dying. The situation of this world was very complicated. Although the Tao sovereign was strong, he was not invincible, and Xia Bailing and the rest of the people in the spirit wasteland were also facing many strong enemies. Master, you are currently at the 10th level of the Tao Dan realm." Qinxiang asked. "Soon," Huang Jintian said. Qinxiang gave him another Xingdao Dan and said, "Eat this, I'll go take a look around first." It had been a while since Chunxiang left the Three Money Divine City, and the Three Money Divine City was only recently built, but now it had become much more lively. In order to attract more people to come in, the three great native banks lowered their standards so that they could enter. The Tao Dan realm could then come in, and they would need more jade money than before. Although Chunxiang had 20 billion jade money, thinking about how he used so many of them in order to enter, he felt a little displeased. He did not change his appearance as he strutted down the street. There were a lot of people in Three Money Divine City who recognized him, so after they saw him, they all stepped aside. Did you guys hear? Qinxiang also went to the mysterious spirit wasteland. I heard that the limitless three elders of the infinite divine mountain also went to the spirit wasteland, and all of them went missing. Could it be that they died? Qinxiang and infinite divine mountain have a deep grudge against each other. Earlier, limitless three elders wanted to capture Xie Chaoyan, but Qinxiang saved him. The three elders of the infinite divine mountain were extremely famous in the new 8 wastelands. Back then, when they had helped the esoteric immortality fruit catch Xie Chaoyan, the news had already spread, and it was Xie Chaoyan who had come back to tell the master of the Jiang family, Jiang Ingqi. Because Jiang Yingqi had received a pill bestowed to him by Xie Qiaoyan, he who was loyal to the heavens, immediately announced that he would cut off all contact with the infinite divine mountain after hearing of this matter. Of course, this was only a guess. It was unrealistic for Chen Xiang to kill the 3 limitless elders. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether the 3 limitless elders died or not. Chen Xiang did not kill them, but they were sealed, so their life orbs would not shatter. At most, they would just disappear, and they would not know that this matter was related to him. When Chen Xiang arrived at the 3 Money Divine Cities' huge fighting arena, he knew that Jiang Xian would definitely be there. As expected, when he entered the fighting arena, he saw that Jiang Xian was fighting with other people. He's probably at the 4th level of the Dao Dan realm. Chen Xiang estimated Jiang Xian's cultivation. After being kicked out, a portion of his cultivation had been crippled, which was why he had backed off. This also caused him to become the laughingstock of the Jiang family, but now he was working very hard, running all the way to this place to fight in order to earn Jade Money S. Even though he was laughed at in the Jiang clan, he should have the most Jade Money in the young disciples of the Jiang clan. After the battle ended, Jiang Xian raised both of his arms up high and shouted excitedly, showing that he had won the round. The 100,000 spectators in the arena also started to shout his name, loud and clear. Jiang Xian was very famous now. Every fight he fought was full of people, and he earned a lot of Jade Money S from selling tickets in the fighting arena. Chen Xiang was standing at a relatively high place and had noticed him. Seeing Chen Xiang return, he quickly finished interacting with the audience and rushed over to find Chen Xiang. "Brother Shen, are you all right?" Jiang Xian knew that Chen Xiang had gone to the spirit wasteland, and because Chen Xiang had saved Xie Qiaoyan in the spirit wasteland, he had angered many powers, and Chen Xiang had 2 heavenly artifacts, which were also wanted by many powers. Just that when many people were heading towards spirit wasteland, Chen Xiang was back. "Do you think I would die at the hands of those fellows? But then again, I have gained a lot from this trip to the spirit wasteland." Chen Xiang laughed. Of course, not only did he obtain the heavenly life fruit, he also took away the heart of a beauty like Xie Qiaoyan. This kind of gain is indeed not small. Jiang Xian laughed out loud. Chen Xiang shook his head and laughed. He flipped his palm, and 2 Xingdao Dan appeared on it, and laughed. "This is my biggest gain. Do you want to try it?" Jiang Xian had never seen this kind of gold-red Xingdao Dan, and frowned. "What kind of pill is this, to be able to fight after eating it? It's really powerful." "I won't tell you for now. Brother Jiang, you must have earned quite a lot of Jade Money recently, eating these 2 pills. If there's any effect, you can just give me the Jade Money based on your mood. If you don't think it's of any use to you, you can leave it to me." Chen Xiang laughed. "Chen Xiang, you're already so rich, but you're still planning to earn my Jade Money." Jiang Xian laughed and had already put the 2 Xingdao Dan into his mouth. He had absolute trust in Chen Xiang, so he didn't care whether they were poison pills or not and ate them. After eating, Jiang Xian's expression changed and became somewhat excited. At this time, he could feel the strong medicinal power. See 2489. See 2489. After Jiang Xian consumed it for a moment, he continued to refine the medicinal power. "That won't do. Wait for a while for me. The medicinal power is too strong. After I refine it, I'll come to your villa to find you." After Jiang Xian finished speaking, he ran off without a trace. He wanted to find a quiet place to go into closed-door cultivation. Chen Xiang chuckled, then left the fighting arena and came to Eternal Life Native Bank. "Grandpa Shen, what can I do for you?" With a smile on his face, an elder hurriedly walked over. "Sir, your cultivation isn't low either. You're so much stronger than me. I won't get used to you calling me sir." Chen Xiang laughed. "Then Boss Shen should be able to handle it, right?" The old man laughed and patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. "It's rather pleasing to the ears." Chen Xiang laughed. Chen Xiang was brought by the old man to a luxurious living room. He sat on a comfortable soft beast skin chair and drank a sweet fruit juice. You already have a purple jade plate, so you should enjoy this treatment. The old man smiled and said, I wonder why you have come today. I came here to find someone from the upper echelons of Native Bank. I wonder if I can talk to them now. Qin Xiang asked, This is definitely not a problem. With your peerless pill techniques and the 20 billion jade money that you have. Furthermore, with your 2 heavenly artifacts, you are definitely qualified. The old man smiled and said, I'll help you make the report now. Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. After the old man left, 2 beautiful women who were rarely seen walked in. They were in charge of serving Qin Xiang. This is status. Qin Xiang drank a mouthful of fruit juice as he praised in his heart. His cultivation was not high, but he was still treated like this because of pill techniques. Chu Hongqing saw the 2 spirit demon women beside Qin Xiang and immediately felt uncomfortable. She snorted, Can't you let Xiang Yin and I come out to serve you? She felt that she and Yang Xiangyin were the genuine maid of Chen Xiang, but they had never really served Qin Xiang before. When Chu Hongqing followed him, they both refined pills and grew medicinal herbs, and other than growing medicinal herbs, Yang Xiangyin would also occasionally play the beautiful zither music to relieve Qin Xiang's boredom. Qin Xiang let the 2 bewitching women leave, then said with a smile, Are you feeling comfortable now? That's more like it. Chu Hongqing smiled tenderly. Then do you want me to go out now? No need, you guys just stay inside. I don't want you guys to show your faces. Qin Xiang said. He loved his own servant very much. Not long after, a handsome man wearing a simple robe with a mustache walked in. He had a jade fan in his hand, which made him look gentle and gentle. His smile was very modest, making it very easy for people to get a good impression of him. I count as the 3rd master of the Eternal Life Native Bank. The man smiled and cupped his hands towards Qin Xiang. My name is Fan S. H.I. plus XAN. Villa owner Fan looks so young, he really surprises me. Qin Xiang laughed. Why? Do you think I'm an old man? Fan S. H.I. plus XAN made a gesture to invite her to sit down. Do you have any business with me? Fan S. H.I. plus XAN was the 3rd master of the Eternal Life Native Bank in the 8 Desolations, so his strength was definitely not ordinary. Although he looked like an ordinary person, his hidden strength was definitely not simple. Are you interested in opening a new city with Native Bank S? Qin Xiang asked. He was planning to bring the Eternal Life Native Bank to the city that Long Jiuxiao built. How big the city is and what kind of composition it is filled with dense spirit energy. When our native bank is opening, we'll consider this factor, and if it meets the requirements, we are naturally very willing. Fan S. H.I. plus XN said, This city shouldn't have been secretly built by you, right? If that's the case, we will consider it. I didn't build it. Qin Xiang spread out his hands. But the person who built this city had once worked in your Eternal Life Native Bank and was once your moneymaker. His name is Long Jiuxiao. So it's him. Seems like your relations. H.I. plus P with him isn't that bad. Your heavenly furnace should be a gift from him. Fan S. H.I. plus XN smiled and nodded. I do know him. He has great potential and also very much ambitions. When he left our native bank, I told him that we could come back anytime. However, later on, I heard that he encountered a lot of trouble. Furthermore, he was poisoned. I believe that you have already cured him of his poison. Qin Xiang nodded, but he still has many enemies. Let me be clear on this point first. The city he built and the various races in the city could be in danger in the future. Fan S. H.I. plus XN laughed. Don't worry about that. As long as it's worth it for our native bank to station here, it won't be a problem for us. You want our native bank to open up a new city. You also want to ensure the safety of the city, right? Yes, Chun Xiang nodded his head. There are humans in that city, but they aren't all humans. There are other races. After that, Chun Xiang explained the specific situation of the city. Hearing that there were so many dragons inside, Fan S. H. I. plus Xin interrupted Chun Xiang and sent someone to investigate. At the same time, he told Chun Xiang that just this point was enough for their native bank to be opened up to that place. When the time comes, not only will we be able to get there, the 3 lives native bank and the lifeless native bank will also be there. With the 3 of us here, the city will be extremely safe. Fan S. H. I. plus Xin said, "We thought that you had come from the Ancient Desolation, but we've been in contact with the Ancient Desolation's native bank for a while now, and we couldn't find anything related to you. Furthermore, the races you mentioned are rather strange as well, such as the undead divine race. They shouldn't be so gentle to be able to get along with you." Fan S. H. I. plus Xin was extremely familiar with the new 8 wastelands and the ancient 8 desolations, but what Chun Xiang had said was completely different. "I wish we could be friends." Fan S. H. I. plus Xin smiled sincerely at Chun Xiang. "All right, Eternal Life Native Bank has always been very mysterious in my eyes. However, I feel that I can trust the both of you." Chun Xiang laughed. "This might take some time. I will listen patiently." Fan S. H. I. plus Xin smiled and nodded. "Of course, I won't take advantage of you. I will also tell you some things about our 3 great native bank S." Afterwards, Chun Xiang told Fan S. H. I. plus Xin about the fusion of 2 eras, and it was even him who facilitated it. Of course, he also emphasized on the combination of undead divine race and red spirit race. Fan S. H. I. plus Xin did not know about this matter, so after he heard about it, his face became extremely gloomy. C. 2490. C. 2490. If you come from the future, how about we 3 native bank S in the future? Fan S. H. I. plus Xin took a deep breath and asked. He seemed to be extremely concerned about this matter. "You no longer exist. As far as I know, your disappearance originated from some sort of powerful and mysterious power. The reason why I allowed you all to die was also to balance out the 2 of you." Chun Xiang said. Fan S. H. I. plus Xin sighed and said as expected. Chun Xiang was secretly shocked this Fan S. H. I. plus Xin actually knew of such an outcome, and said, "But the situation now is different." Fan S. H. I. plus Xin naturally understood what Chun Xiang meant. In other words, when the future undead divine race and undead divine race returned to this era, they would be on equal footing with the 3 great native bank S. If a monster like the 3 great native bank was destroyed, Chun Xiang was extremely shocked by the power. "I will send someone to take care of the matters concerning the Heavenly Dragon City." Fan S. H. I. plus Xin said, "Right now, I have to say a few things to the higher-ups." "All right." Chun Xiang nodded. Fan S. H. I. plus Xin left in a hurry. He did not expect the 3 native bank S to not know about this at all. Chun Xiang left the Eternal Life Native Bank and returned to his villa. After concocting pills with Chu Hongqing for 2 days, Jiang Xian suddenly came over. When Jiang Xian saw Chun Xiang, he immediately burst into laughter, praising the effects of the Xingdao Dan. He handed Chun Xiang a storage bag and said, "This is 100 million jade money. They are all earned by me in the past few days." Too many. Chun Xiang didn't think that Jiang Xian would give him that much either. "I was worried that you might think you were lacking, but who would have thought that you would be able to help me break through so quickly? This kind of pill is really mysterious. It's not easy to raise Dao Dan realm." Jiang Xian said, "I only want 20 million jade money. Take the rest back." Chun Xiang said, "Take them all. I'll be able to earn them back very soon. Moreover, I don't know how to spend these jade money either." Jiang Xian said. Qin Xiang could only accept them all now, and gave Jiang Xian another 8 Xingdao Dan. Jiang Xian never thought that Qin Xiang still had that many. After obtaining the 8 Xingdao Dan, he directly asked Qin Xiang for a secret room, then ran off to close up. Looks like selling this Xingdao Dan for 15 million is not a problem. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course, there are many who are trapped in the Dao Dan realm, especially those who are unable to break through and are about to die of old age. To them, this is equivalent to a life-extending divine pill. Chu Hongqing said, Qin Xiang, we're here. Qin Xiang suddenly heard a voice from outside. It was regarding Feng Yujie. Qin Xiang did not expect them to arrive so quickly, so he hurried to open the door, only to see Feng Yujie and Xia Beiling. Didn't Xiao Yan come? Qin Xiang asked. No, the Heavenly Dragon City wanted to build 3 native bank guests, so she stayed. She was more familiar with the affairs of the native bank. Feng Yujie said. Xia Beiling stuck his tongue out at Qin Xiang. Little scoundrel, when I help you get your father back, you must repay me properly. Sister Beiling, you promised to pay me back, but now you've helped me get my dad back. You can say that you've returned the favor. Qin Xiang said. All right, all right. Xia Beiling walked in and said, When will you be leaving? We're ready to go. Qin Xiang found Huang Jintian and said, Master, there are 50 Xingdao Danas here. One of them is for 15 million. Jiang Xian is here too. When he comes out, you should find him and discuss about how to make them famous. Don't eat them secretly. When I come back, I will concoct this pill on a large scale. Qin Xiang warned. Got it. Be careful on your way. Huang Jintian received the jade box with a smile. I guarantee that I won't steal anything. Seeing his smile, Qin Xiang was not at ease, but there was nothing he could do. Let's go. Qin Xiang said to Xia Beiling and Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie knew where the island was, so she had to follow Qin Xiang. It was safer for her to enter the Yao mountain villa, but she could not sense the direction of the island. Feng Yujie did not know the exact location of the island. He only knew the direction, so he was unable to bring Qin Xiang there right away. When Xia Beiling and Qin Xiang left the 3-money divine city, they took Qin Xiang with them and teleported for the better part of the day. Because Xia Beiling always teleported in the direction that Feng Yujie pointed to. Feng Yujie had pointed to many times, but each time it was different. That island is moving, and it's moving at a faster speed. Feng Yujie said, I can't feel the direction either. Qin Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, allowed it to grow a little, and then allowed Feng Yujie to exit the Yao mountain villa. This mirror of yours is really a good thing. When Xia Beiling saw it, his face was filled with envy. UBASTARD. It's fine if you have so many beautiful women, but there are also so many good things. There's no helping it, it's all because of my good character. Qin Xiang chuckled. Sister Feng, now look at your senses and see if the position is not constantly moving. It seems like I cannot teleport there. I can only change my direction based on the position of the island. Feng Yujie closed his eyes. After sensing it for a while, he said with a frown, That island is very strange. It is jumping around, and its position doesn't move slowly, but rather is equivalent to teleportation. Xia Beiling said, If it's really like that, then it's hard to find anymore. I have to think of a way. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, You're a Dao sovereign and have such high attainments in spatial energy. Don't tell me you have nothing you can do. He's a Dao sovereign, but he's not invincible. Xia Beiling scoffed. I do have a way, but it'll be a bit harder for me. How hard it will be? Qin Xiang asked. It will make me very tired, and then I will need to rest for a few days to recover. Xia Beiling said. Qin Xiang had already guessed what she was talking about. She was just using a lot of power to teleport herself in one breath. This could teleport a very far distance. If he could see the island, he wouldn't need to worry about the island jumping around as long as he entered. All right, Sister Feng, start sensing it. Chunxiang said. Feng Yujie immediately closed her eyes and said, "The position is jumping too frequently right now, almost every moment for a position. I don't know what's going on." "It stopped. It's over there." Feng Yujie immediately pointed in a direction and also channeled his spatial energy, teleporting away. After teleporting over, Chunxiang and the others immediately saw a huge, pitch-black island in the distance in the sky. It looked eerie and terrifying, and Chunxiang also felt a sense of familiarity towards the place he was born in. "Just a little more," Xia Beiling said, and just as she was about to teleport over, such a huge island suddenly disappeared. "What lousy thing is this?" Chunxiang immediately scolded. "Such a big thing. It ran away in the blink of an eye." Xia Beiling said with a grave expression on his face, "This is a punishment of the law." See 2491. See 2491 Law Punishment? What is that? Chunxiang asked. That island was too strange. She was unable to chase after him immediately, so she could teleport so far away in one breath. After Xia Beiling took out a pellet to recover his strength and ate it, he said, "The law's punishment is used to punish the life of a special existence. For example, this island has a consciousness of its own, but it violates the law." "So that's it? Why would there be such a punishment?" Chunxiang still didn't understand. "The main reason is to prevent other creatures from entering this island, and at the same time, to prevent this island from landing on this land. I don't know why I'm Punies. I plussing them either. This could be related to what the island did after it gained its spirit." Xia Beiling said, "Wait until I recover and continue to chase. I should be able to." Chunxiang nodded. Since he had already begun to search for his own father, he would not give up. He too wanted to know what happened on that island to actually receive such a punishment. Xia Beiling took a few more pills, which could help her recover a little faster. Once she recovered, she could continue to track that island. Feng Yujie closed his eyes and tried to sense it, then said, "This island is constantly moving. Is that what you want it to do?" Xia Beiling nodded his head. "It should be this island is also resisting, if not it would not have stayed here for a period of time. It seems that this island wants to land on the ground, and only by landing on the desolate land can the island absorb the energy of the land." Chunxiang had seen that island before. It looked like it was filled with the aura of death. It was extremely scary. He now understood a little. The punishment of the laws was to sever the connection between the island and the 8 desolate lands, and let that island die on its own. Chunxiang knew how powerful that island was. It could produce a dragon vein on its own, and when it landed, it would definitely frantically draw out the energy of the Earth's core, nurturing an even stronger dragon vein beneath him. "I have recovered. Yujie, get ready." At this time, Xia Beiling had become serious as well. It was because she was extremely interested in this matter, and also because this matter was extremely difficult, that caused her to have a compet. 1. Tive Spirit. She must chase to that island and enter it to investigate. Feng Yujie nodded, then pointed in a direction. Xia Beiling immediately teleported over. This time they were very close to the island, just a bit away from entering it. But Xia Beiling shouted loudly instead. "What's wrong?" Chunxiang asked hurriedly. The gigantic black island floating in the air also disappeared in a flash. "It's nothing. That island has a very powerful enchantment that cannot be broken through. Otherwise, we would have definitely been inside." Xia Beiling shook his head. "It's quite difficult. Let's try again." After taking 2 pellets, Xia Beiling quickly recovered. Just now, the island wasn't too far away from them, and when Xia Beiling entered the spatial passageway, he could immediately feel the aura of the island, which allowed him to determine the distance. "Sister Beiling, this time, you just need to get close to the island. Once you enter the spirit formation, leave it to me." Chunxiang said. He had the white tiger's jump. He wanted to see if he could break through the island's barrier. Xia Beiling said, "You really can?" If I can't even use my spatial energy, don't force yourself. If I hadn't controlled it in time, I would have definitely been injured by the rebound of the barrier. That kind of power is too terrifying. Chunxiang nodded his head. I can try. You don't have to worry about me. She had stayed in the hundreds of Flowers Village for a few days, and from those women, she had learned a lot of things related to Chunxiang, which were all quite shocking stories. After Xia Beiling recovered, he nodded towards Feng Yujie, indicating that they can begin. Feng Yujie quickly sensed the position of the island after it had teleported, and immediately teleported there. After teleporting, the moment Chunxiang saw the island, his mind immediately moved, and he channeled all of his strength, even borrowing a lot of the power of the spatial laws to activate his White Tiger Dao Mark. Under the power of the White Tiger Dao Mark, he rode his 6 realms mirrors and teleported to the island with Feng Yujie. He successfully broke through the barrier. Come in. Chunxiang laughed. Sister Feng, you can enter Yao Mountain Villa. You are safer inside. Feng Yujie nodded and then entered the Yao Mountain Villa, but Xia Beiling was extremely surprised and asked, How did you get in? Something that even I can't sit on. You actually did it. This is my secret. This is the power of my Dao Mark. At this time, he was still riding on his 6 realms mirrors and entering the mountain forest inside the island. The island was shrouded in darkness, with black clouds everywhere. There was not a single ray of light from the sky, and the evil aura of death was everywhere, causing people to feel uncomfortable. What happened to this island? Could it be that many people have died before? Even if I got punished by the law, it shouldn't be like this. Xia Beiling exclaimed in surprise. Chunxiang's 6 realms mirrors had a formation that prevented the outside world's qi from entering. Otherwise, it would be extremely uncomfortable. Chunxiang shook his head. I don't know either, in short. My father is on top of this. I have to find him. In order to find Shen Tianhu, Chunxiang was currently taking a huge risk because he wasn't sure how he would go out after entering the room. This is a dead island. It should be because it's completely sealed up by a law barrier and unable to absorb any aura from the outside. That's why it became like this. Of course, there must have been a lot of creatures that died on this island. Moreover, after these creatures died, they were unable to release their resentment and could only gather on this island. As time passed, they became like this. Xia Beiling said, the entire island was tightly sealed, and no aura would leak out or enter. This was how this island was being held up. My father is still alive. Chunxiang said, an undead divine race probably calculated it. They are more accurate in calculating these things. Xia Beiling nodded. She did not want Chunxiang to worry too. As Chunxiang entered the island, all the trees that he saw were completely withered and were covered in a layer of black stuff. He walked over to the trunk of a large tree and touched it with his hands, only to realize that the black thing that wrapped around the tree was a layer of black stuff. What is this? Chunxiang sniffed it, but it did not smell anything. Let me take a look. Xia Beiling took out a jade plate and asked Chunxiang to place the black object on top of his finger onto the jade plate. Chunxiang pointed at the center of the jade plate, and the jade plate that was made of white jade instantly turned into black mist. Poison! Xia Beiling shouted in shock, and then he used his spatial energy to send the poisonous gas outside. What poison is this? Why am I fine? Chunxiang was also a little worried. He had touched it just now and sniffed it, but it was fine now. Absolute poison. Xia Beiling's face paled. She was actually frightened to this extent. C. 2492. C. 2492. Chunxiang immediately looked at his own fingers, but nothing happened. Death poison? What is it? Chunxiang was currently letting the 6 realms mirrors fly higher, because the lower part, the thicker it was. Do you feel anything wrong with your body? Xia Beiling's face was full of panic as she asked. Her delicate face was as white as paper from fright. It was strange in this pitch-black place. "No, what about you?" Chun-Xiang asked. "Sister Bailing, your face is not good." Xia Bailing frowned. "Are you really all right? This is impossible. Legend has it that once someone touches the death poison, they will die without a doubt." "What exactly is death poison?" "Maybe that thing just now was not it?" Chun-Xiang said. "No, it must be. I recognize that smell. I've seen it before." When Xia Bailing spoke, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly as fear filled her face. It was as if a little girl that had been frightened in the middle of the night had started to tremble. "Sister Bailing, don't be afraid." Chun-Xiang immediately pulled her into his embrace. Xia Bailing's delicate body was actually extremely cold, and Chun-Xiang immediately released some fire energy to warm her up. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chun-Xiang never thought that the death poison would actually arouse the fear in Xia Bailing's heart. Maybe the death poison had given her a deep shadow before, which was why she felt so afraid when she thought back to the past. Xia Bailing hugged Chun-Xiang tightly, her delicate body also trembling extremely badly. But as Chun-Xiang lightly carried her back and felt the warmth coming from Chun-Xiang's body, she had gradually recovered. Yet she was still hugging Chun-Xiang. "Sister Bailing, are you feeling better now?" Chun-Xiang asked. Xia Bailing placed his face against Chun-Xiang's chest and sat on Chun-Xiang's thigh. Both of his arms were wrapped around Chun-Xiang, and his entire body was curled up in Chun-Xiang's embrace. Chun-Xiang originally did not plan to ask further about the death poison. He was worried that this would cause Xia Bailing to be even more afraid, but Xia Bailing still said it out loud. "When I was very young, I had seen the deadly poison. At that time, our family members all died in this poison, and I don't know why, but a black rain suddenly fell and then everyone died. I was born with the power of the SPAC laws, so I used my SPAC barrier to protect myself so I wasn't poisoned." Xia Bailing slowly spoke in a very soft voice. "After that, everyone in our city died. Our city was very big. There were over 100 million people in there. After they all died, the city was sealed up. It's just like this place, full of poisonous gas and endless grievance." Chun-Xiang gently caressed her face, then hugged her close, giving her warmth and a sense of security. "Later on, I lived in that city for over 100 years, and that memory was sealed away by me. Just now, when I saw the deadly poison and smelled that smell, it brought back my memories. I was still a child then, living in that fear every day." Chun-Xiang had thought about it himself. If he had lived in this city with billions of dead people for so long, it would already be rare for him not to go crazy. He suddenly understood why Xia Bailing was like a little girl at times. It was because the experiences from her childhood were like a nightmare to her. So she chose to seal that portion of her memories and only retain the happiest moments of her childhood. "Humph, little scoundrel, take advantage of me." Xia Bailing lightly pinched Chun-Xiang's chest, then pouted at Chun-Xiang. She was currently still in Chun-Xiang's embrace. "Of course not. Aren't I concerned about you?" Chun-Xiang wanted to let go of her, but she refused to do so no matter what. "Look, you're the one taking advantage of me right now." Chun-Xiang laughed. "I don't care, I'm scared." Xia Bailing scoffed, then laid in Chun-Xiang's embrace. "Why don't you enter the Yao Mountain Villa? The environment inside is very good." Chun-Xiang laughed, then fiercely lowered her head and kissed Xia Bailing's beautiful face. Being ambushed by Chun-Xiang, Xia Bailing was infuriated, but she only pinched Chun-Xiang's arm and then pouted playfully. "Scoundrel, you even said that you didn't take advantage of me, and unexpectedly took an inch and kissed my face." "I can't help it, seeing how beautiful you are." Chun-Xiang laughed. "Go inside the Yao Mountain Villa, it won't scare you like that." Xia Bailing pinched Chun-Xiang's face and said, "Okay, let me in." Chun-Xiang took the opportunity to pinch her T-tox and sent her into Yao Mountain Villa. At the same time, he also heard Xia Bailing cursing from inside. When Xia Beiling entered the Yu Yao mountain villa, she knew that he was Chen Xiang's divine Sensi world, but she never expected him to be so beautiful. It was only then that she found out that Qin Xiang had always been carrying around two extremely beautiful servant girls, and this caused her to uncontrollably scold Qin Xiang a few more times. "Little scoundrel, why didn't you get poisoned?" Both Su Kong and Qingyang have seen how powerful the deadly poison is. They say that even Dao sovereigns find it difficult to defend against it, but you're actually fine. Even when Xia Beiling thought about it this way, he still couldn't understand what was going on. "I don't know either, but I already had my impenetrable a long time ago," Qin Xiang said. He had just heard Xia Beiling talk about how strong the death poison was, but he did not know how strong it was. Right now, he was even more worried about Shen Tianhu. In this kind of environment, it would be difficult for him to survive, and if Huang Jintian did not tell him that Shen Tianhu had a very long life ahead of him, he would probably be extremely miserable right now. Chen Xiang rode on his 6 realms mirrors under normal circumstances. It would be safer. He did not know what happened on this island either, nor did he know what happened to meet this kind of calamity that could destroy the world. "Sister Bailing, why did your city have this poison back then?" Qin Xiang saw that Xia Beiling was having fun in the Yu Yao mountain villa, so he asked. "I don't know either. Many years have passed," said, "and I can't find out why." However, Qingyang and the others back in the city were also attacked by this deadly poison, and a black rain suddenly fell. The moment the rain touched the rain, the living beings would gradually melt, and everything else would be covered by the black liquid and gradually rot. Xia Beiling was no longer so afraid, because Feng Yujie, Chu Hongqing, and Yang Shengyin were all inside, and Yang Shengyin was even playing a beautiful zither that could suit the soul. Could it be that the city where you 3 Dao sovereigns lived all those years ago suffered the same punishment as this island? Qin Xiang said, "Then how did you come out of it all those years ago?" "One day, I suddenly saw a golden light in the city. When I ran over, I touched a golden light and came out. Later on, I used many things to search for the city, but I couldn't find it." Xia Beiling said, "I found something in the void." He said that it was a poison punishment. See 2493. See 2493. Qin Xiang faintly felt that Xia Beiling and the others, as the 3 Dao sovereigns from the book, had been punished by some kind of power on purpose. "Sister Bailing, could this be done by the heavenly Dao?" Qin Xiang asked. "I don't know. The heavenly Dao is a very mysterious existence. I don't think he did it, but it's very likely that the rules he set worked. Or perhaps the law of the heavens has mutated, which is why our city is punished." "Why'd do?" Xia Beiling said. "I had frequently discussed this matter with the Azure Sky Sun in the past, but I did not get any results. I have not mentioned it ever since." Qin Xiang allowed the 6 realms mirrors to fly a little higher. Although this place was filled with terrifying death poison, Qin Xiang was still cautious about what was hidden inside. "Is your father really up here?" Xia Beiling asked. "It should be." Qin Xiang sighed because the situation on the island was not looking good and danger was everywhere. "You don't have to worry too much. I also survived in this kind of environment." Xia Beiling laughed. She also felt like she had lost her family, so she was also comforting Qin Xiang right now. Qin Xiang nodded. He did not know how to start searching this place. This place was so huge. It was equivalent to a huge continent. But no matter how big it was, as long as he did not have any news on Shen Tianhu, he would not leave this place. "Sister Bailing, how did the 2 Dao sovereigns Qingyang and Su Kong survive in such an environment all those years ago?" Qin Xiang asked. "Perhaps we can look for my father using their methods." Xia Beiling had the power of SPAC. She could protect herself and could even isolate herself from SPAC. Void said that he survived by hiding underground because he had a special ability, which was to make himself appear hollow and then drill into the ground. He said that there were no effects on the underground. Xia Beiling said, yet Qingyang was hiding inside a clock, not corroded by the death poison. When Xia Beiling talked about going underground, Qinxiang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a better idea. He immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly faster and wander in the air. At the same time, he used the Dao Heart Eye to check the ground to see if he could find anything. This island could be considered an independent world, and he felt that there would definitely be something similar to a core. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain the existence of this island. After half a day, Chen Xiang saw a place that emitted traces of a red mist. It was extremely thin, but this was the only energy that he had seen up till now. It seemed to be of the fire attribute, and could only be seen after careful observation using the Dao Heart Eye. I saw something. Why is there a fire attribute aura coming out of that place? Qin Xiang immediately flew over. This would allow him to sense things more carefully. What is it? Xia Beiling could not see anything, and she did not know that Qin Xiang had an extremely mystical Dao Heart Eye. It is the fire attribute aura that has emerged from the ground. Did this happen after your previous city was struck by the poison? Qin Xiang asked. No, after encountering the poison, there wouldn't even be spiritual energy. This deadly poison absorbs spiritual energy from the heaven and earth to continuously spread the poison. The rate at which it devours spiritual energy is extremely terrifying. As long as a person is touched by a small dot, he or she will be immediately devoured to death, and that drop of venom will become a lot more numerous as well, then turn into mist and dissipate. As long as someone touches something, they will immediately be devoured. How terrifying! Chen Xiang exclaimed. In that case, if there was even a tiny bit that leaked out, wouldn't that mean that many living creatures would die? That's for sure. So when you go out, you can't bring any, Xia Beiling said. So this kind of poison punishment is very mysterious. The places it appears and will always be wrapped up by a very powerful barrier and won't let the death poison inside leak out. How terrifying! Qin Xiang could imagine that if a single drop of it were to flow out and come into contact with any rocks, flowers, trees, or the like, it would turn into even more deadly poison aura and then spread outwards. Qin Xiang was now even more shocked by his own body. He couldn't understand why he could resist such a dreadful death poison, since his impenetrable was cultivated a long time ago, and at that time he could only resist the poison in his world. That kind of poison was nothing to the current Octoterra's body, so he didn't think that his impenetrable would have much of an effect. After all, the poison in the Octoterra was a lot more terrifying than the ones he had seen in the past. But he never thought that he would still have the same impenetrable as before. When Chen Xiang approached the place where the fire attribute qi leaked out, he realized that there was a lot of fire attribute energy that kept coming out from below. But because the dead poison's devouring ability was strong, the energy that leaked out was extremely RSE. If not for Qin Xiang's careful observation earlier, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. Qin Xiang immediately used the Ji. D's I Dao mark and allowed the Ji. D's I Dao mark to work with the white tiger's Dao mark. He could see a lot of things through the air. He followed the ground that was releasing the fire-type qi and went down, discovering that there was an extremely dense fire-type energy flowing out from there. As he went deeper, he discovered that there was a river in the depths. However, this river was filled with flame essence. The Earth's core. There really is a Earth's core here. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. This meant that his father was probably underneath there many times. He immediately used teleportation to arrive at the flow of the lava. This flame essence was rather special. It wasn't very viscous, but it was indeed fiery red in color. Moreover, it was relatively light, as if the flame essence had fused with some other special liquid. Where to? Chen Xiang didn't move at all at this moment, whose fire essence was flowing with him at a fast speed. Is it hot? Xia Beiling asked. I also want to go down and take a breather. It's just a little hot. You'd better not come down. It'll be very dangerous if the deadly poison comes out of nowhere. Chun Xiang laughed. Chan Xiang had been to the core of the earth before, so he was relatively experienced in this area. Right now, he had already dived into the fire river to prevent other creatures from seeing him. More than 2 hours later, he suddenly heard a sound. It was someone speaking. "Hurry up and catch the fire beasts. If we can't, we'll be beaten up again when we go back." A person said, "We really have a bitter life. We just didn't make any mistakes. Isn't it just because we looked at that young master? He was actually caught and turned into a slave. Let's not talk about it anymore. If the supervisors hear it, there will definitely be a flogging." Chun Xiang could even hear the ding-ding-dang-dang sound of iron chains clanging against each other. There were a lot of people by the side of the river. They were all tied up with iron chains. Chun Xiang immediately turned into a strand of faint mist and floated in the air. He did not expect that the fire river of fire would have already brought him to an underground world. It was very bright here, but unlike the sunlight on the ground, the river of fire was very wide. On both sides were trees with a strong fire attribute aura, and on the SHORE, there were over 100 people chained together. C. 2494. C. 2494 Chun Xiang had already heard quite a bit about this underground world from the conversation between the two just now. There were some extremely powerful people here, and just because they were looked at by others, they were extremely unhappy, and then they captured and turned into slaves. This showed how cruel the underground world was, and how hateful those with power were. There were beasts here as well, and they were called fire beasts. After all, the underground world and the core of the earth had been hot places for a long time. Chun Xiang floated in the air. Looking at the strength of these people, they were actually the size of Dao Dan realm. People with strength like theirs, they actually had no dignity at all. This made him feel that the ones with power in the underground world were extremely powerful. "Save them," Xia Beiling said. "I know." Chun Xiang nodded. He was currently looking for the supervisor. This group of people were already slaves, so what they were afraid of the most was supervisors. They all had a long whip that was emitting fire in their hands. Just now, Chun Xiang had seen the shocking whip marks on the bodies of many people. It was obvious that they had all been whipped. "You bunch of BASTARDS, don't complain. The only reason you guys ended up like this was because you had offended the N. Oh, bless, and they allowed you to live. This is luck. Otherwise you would have been eaten long ago. Of course, they will not eat the meat of lowly people like you. At most, they will feed you to their pets or to the soldiers beside you. All of you, behave and don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, I'll kill you all." As the overseer spoke, he laughed sinisterly and then lashed out at the two extremely skinny youths. Surprisingly, he laughed at them, making Chun Xiang very angry. Chun Xiang could not imagine what kind of world this was, to actually eat humans. The 5 supervisors are all at the 10th level of Dao Dan realm. I can handle them myself. Chun Xiang said. Yu Yao Mountain Villa's Xia Beiling wanted to take action. "I'll be fine, Sister Bai Ling. Killing this SEU and will only dirty your hands." Chun Xiang said. He had already changed back into his human form. His heavenly magic sword had already been repaired for Long Jiuxiao, but this did not affect his ability at all. Chun Xiang had just taken out his sword when one of the supervisors noticed him and immediately shouted, "Who exactly are you?" "This is the territory of King Qi Palace." Chun Xiang immediately descended, his face full of smiles. Right now, he dressed relatively decently with a handsome and masculine appearance. He seemed to be someone with status. "I'm here to kill you." With that said, a flaming sword suddenly appeared in Chun Xiang's hand and stabbed into the supervisor's throat. Violent fire energy exploded out from the fire sword and poured into the supervisor's body. Boom! The overseer's body exploded into ashes. When the 2 youths who were beaten up saw this, they froze on the spot. "BASTARD, you truly have the guts to actually kill someone from the King Qi Palace. You're courting death." A supervisor rushed over, But before he could take a few steps, Qin Xiang had teleported over and punched the supervisor on the forehead. The meteor immortal power burst out. The berserk energy created a strong pressure and crushed the supervisor. Adding on the terrifying flames, his fist was smashed into powder by Qin Xiang. The remaining 3 supervisors were dumbfounded. They never expected this person to be so reckless. Who exactly are you? Everyone in Earth Spirit World knows that as long as you offend our Qingqi Palace, you will die a horrible death. These fellows are the best examples. A supervisor shouted. He didn't dare to come over again. I don't know what the Qingqi's palace is, but no matter how powerful it is, I will do my best to flatten it. Of course, before that, I will annihilate all 3 of you dogs from Qingqi. While Qin Xiang was speaking, he had already arrived in front of the supervisor, and with one punch, he turned him into dust. The remaining 2 supervisors did not dare speak anymore. Just as they were about to run away, the fire vines wrapped around their feet, and Qin Xiang threw a punch at them through the air, sending 2 streams of flames into their bodies, burning their bodies to ashes. The slaves were stunned. They never thought that this man would be so reckless. Moreover, he was very powerful. Just like that, he killed off the 5 supervisors. After that, Qin Xiang and the group released the chains that bound them. The chains were made of extremely DY materials and were made of Dao Dan Realm S. Thank you for saving us. Big brother, thank you so much. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been tortured for. The group of slaves all thanked Qin Xiang. Everyone, you all shouldn't have been added to the master-servant contract, right? Qin Xiang said, Of course not. We do not have the qualifications. Only the stronger people would be chosen by the end. Bless, and be able to form master-servant contract, which would allow them to have better control over us. The youth said, so they can only use iron chains to lock us down. Hero, where did you come from? You do not seem to be from here. You are truly powerful, to not be afraid of Qingqi Palace. An old man said. His body was covered in whip marks. Qin Xiang took out many pills, which were all given to him by Xia Beiling, and were not some precious pills, but they were extremely useful to these people. After they ate them, the injuries on their bodies healed by a lot. I am from the outside world. Do you know anything about the surface? Qin Xiang asked. He actually came from outside. Aren't you afraid of the black poison? The teenager exclaimed as he looked at Qin Xiang with eyes full of respect. No. Qin Xiang laughed. After the heavy rain, countless people died. We are outsiders. The people of this world have all died. The old man said, Foreign? How can you all come from here? Qin Xiang immediately asked. He was secretly worried because the old man said that all the people here were dead. The world we were originally in was punished, but under the circumstances of a coincidence, a crack appeared in the world we were in, and then we came to this place. People from both worlds could have gotten along with each other, but those, in order to control the earth spirit world, the evil demons waged a war and killed all of the indigenous people here. Those guys are also bless now. The old man sighed. At that time I was still very young, and my parents were also captured and killed because they were against the war. Those who were initially opposed to it were all killed, and those who partook, aided in the war, are now all bless. Qin Xiang clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. He was trying his best to restrain his anger. This was his birthplace in the first place. Why would he be in such a disaster? Oh, right, there seems to be one more person who is still alive. His name is Shen Tianhu. The old man suddenly said, Those evil spirits have been trying to catch him. See 2495. See 2495. Shen Tianhu did not die. Qin Xiang was ecstatic and elated. But when he thought about how his Shen family had suffered a tragic death, his heart was immediately filled with sorrow. That was his roots. Old mister, do you know where Shen Tianhu is? Qin Xiang asked. How much do you know about him? Shen Tianhu was originally the Earth Spirit World's realm king. He was a very good person, and his Shun family was also very powerful. However, they were still unable to defeat the dozen or so powerful forces, and were ultimately destroyed. The old man sighed. I heard he isn't dead yet. Is he still alive? He's still in Earth Spirit World, hiding somewhere to plot revenge. Thank you for telling me. Do you all have places to go? Qinxiang asked. This Earth Spirit World is very big. If we hide here, they won't be able to find us. But you have to be careful, honorable hero. Su Yin said calmly. You guys hurry up and leave. I will stay here for a while, and if anyone comes, I will kill them. That way, they won't be able to catch up to you for a short period of time. Qinxiang said. The group of slaves were once again grateful to Qinxiang and then left together. They knew that they had to unite together now in order to fight the enemy. Qinxiang waited for 4 hours, and sure enough, someone came. It was an army, hundreds of people, all of them wearing armor, and they were all at the 10th level of Daodan realm. Where are the slaves? The leading man asked. The spear in his hand was already at Qinxiang's throat. His voice was extremely cold, filled with killing intent. You should ask your supervisor, Qinxiang said. Where's the overseer? The leader asked. Dead. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he teleported behind the supervisor. A violent tiger roar sounded, and Qinxiang's fist turned into the shape of a white tiger. This was his father's fist technique. Upon seeing it, the Bai Lai soldier immediately recalled that Shan Tianhu had used this move to kill many of their powerful leaders back then. Qinxiang's fist techniques became even more violent because he added meteor immortal power. The tiger had bit towards the leader's head, SMAs. Plussing him into pieces, he laid on the ground, turned into dust by Qinxiang's fire palm. We are from the King Qi. Just as one of the soldiers finished speaking, his mouth was pierced by a fire sword, and Qinxiang's fire sword Dao mark was also extremely powerful. Qinxiang's group also reached high up in the sky and unleashed a gigantic fire cloud palm. Using the meteor immortal power's divine energy, they struck out, and in the blink of an eye, they landed on the ground. Those 100 or so powerful soldiers were all instantly killed by him. The fire cloud palm caused the sky to be covered in dense fiery clouds, and the fiery light reached to the sky. Even from afar, it could still be seen very clearly, and when the fire cloud palm pressed down, it was as if mountains were collapsing and the ground was cracking, causing the earth to tremble nonstop. This kind of movement very quickly alarmed the rankers from the... They all moved out, but saw Qinxiang floating in the sky, looking at them with a murderous look. Who are you? You actually killed 100 of our King Qi's elites. An old man said angrily, You are only at the 10th level of the Daodan realm, but you actually possess such powerful strength. You are definitely from a famous clan. Just what kind of power are you from? Behind the old man were 10 middle-aged men, all of them in the 5th stage of the Daopa realm. Are you from the King Qi Palace? Qinxiang asked. That's right, the King Qi is in charge of 30 cities. We are stationed at Qi Shuang City. The elder said coldly. Why did you want to kill our people? This old man's strength is very strong. His Daopa realm is at the 7th or 8th level. Qinxiang is not his match, but he is not afraid at all. Because you are people from the King Qi, so I will kill you. You all must have also done a lot of heartless things for that *T King Qi, right? Qinxiang sneered. It seems that you are going to be a person who extorts evil and punishes evil. You need to have the strength to insult our King Qi, and that will be your death sentence. The old man angrily said, You can go and die now. After the old man finished speaking, the 10 middle-aged men behind him immediately rushed over. However, as they rushed over, they discovered that only their bodies had pa's set over, and their heads, feet, and legs were still standing in place. What made them incomparably frightened was that after their feet, legs, heads, and bodies were separated, there was no pain at all. Furthermore, the connection was still there. This was Xia Beiling's move. Qin Xiang had seen Xia Beiling use this move before. You. Just who are you? We, the King Qi, have never offended any major powers, and when we kill people, we only kill those lowly people. The old man asked because his 4 limbs were separated from his body. You're all going to die soon. Why do you need to know so much? After Qin Xiang finished speaking, he walked over and gave the old man's head a powerful palm strike, turning it into ashes. The rest of the 10 middle-aged men were stunned. Only their bodies could move, but their bodies could only move. What was the use of that? Their hands and feet were all at their original places, only floating around, not attacking Qin Xiang. Very quickly, Qin Xiang killed these 10 people. Of course, he only killed one of them after absorbing his memories. Qin Xiang learnt a lot about this earth spirit world from his memories. This earth spirit world was built by his father, Shen Tianhu. Qin Xiang did not expect his father to have such abilities. He was able to build a city like this underground, and it was also very obvious that his father had predicted that a poisonous rain would descend, allowing many people to survive. However, because of the appearance of the spatial crack, they were brought here by people from another world, where a war eventually broke out and many experts from Earth Spirit World were killed. I have to find father as soon as possible. Qin Xiang could only let his father know that he was here. Qin Xiang came to the nearby Qi Shuang city, where there were over 100,000 people surrounding the city walls. The son of the King Qi who was serving as the city lord was just a popinjay, and because he had the King Qi's father, many powerful people kneeled and licked him, just to curry favor with the King Qi. Qin Xiang now knew what kind of existence the King Qi was. The first emperor who took over the Earth Spirit world was called the Earth Spirit Emperor, and the 10 great leaders that came with the Earth Spirit Emperor were all conferred the title of King. The King Qi was the Qi family, which was also very strong. After all, this was a relatively small city, but there were transmission arrays in here that could lead to other cities. Qi Xianlang is that hedonistic son of the King Qi. He seems to be having some sort of gathering here, and I can go and disrupt it. Qin Xiang looked at the most luxurious building in the distance. It was Qi Xianlong's residence. When Qin Xiang came, he had already become one of the middle-aged men that was killed by him. The middle-aged man also had a very high position here. After all, he was strong, so he easily entered the tall building. C. 2496. C. 2496. After entering the tall building, Qin Xiang went to one of the floors according to his memories. This was the floor where Qi Xian often sought pleasure, and he would often invite young masters from other powers to play with him. They were all popinjays. When Qin Xiang walked up the stairs, he changed back to his original appearance. When he arrived at the 7th floor, he heard waves of laughter and immediately confirmed that this was the floor Qi Xian was on. After he entered, he saw that there was a large hall inside. In the middle of the hall, there was a stage with many girls dancing, and below there were many young men, blemmin, hugging beauties, drinking wine and laughing. Qin Xiang was no longer unfamiliar with such extravagant scenes. Previously, he would often see that many women were now half naked and extremely naked. After entering, Qin Xiang looked around, only to realize that the strongest was just a Dao per realm. The rest were all at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm. Those unambitious young masters here had mostly stopped at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm, making it hard for them to level up. Qi Xianlang! Qin Xiang shouted out. His voice was loud, causing everyone's ears to ring. At this time, the hall became quiet. Who's calling me? Qi Xian stood up and looked in the direction of the door, anger written all over his face. It's me. Qin Xiang said indifferently. Qi Xian's clothes were in a mess, and beside him were 2 seductive women hugging him. Do you know the rules? When you look for me, you have to inform me and arrest him. What a disgrace. Qi Xian said coldly. When Qin Xiang shouted just now, there were 2 men standing behind him. Now, with Qi Xian's order, they anxiously grabbed onto Qin Xiang's arm, wanting to take him away, but suddenly Qin Xiang disappeared. Everyone looked at Chen Xiang, and just like that, he suddenly disappeared, causing them to be shocked and looked around. Where is he? Qi Xian looked around and rubbed his eyes. He had drunk a lot of wine and was getting drunk. Here. Chen Xiang suddenly appeared in front of Qi Xian and sneered. Your father is King Qi? That's right. Who exactly are you? You know my father is a King Qi, but you still dare to be so rude to me. Qi Xian was shocked and quickly shouted. You should be tired of living. While Chen Xiang was speaking, he threw a punch towards Qi Xian's face, and at the same time, a hand grabbed onto Qi Xian's wrist. This way, Qi Xian wouldn't fly out even if he was hit by a heavy punch. Chen Xiang's punch was not very strong, but Qi Xian let out a pitiful cry. His handsome white face was already swollen red, and his entire face was deformed. Chen Xiang controlled himself well. He would not kill Qi Xian with one punch, but he could still feel the pain. You, quickly kill him. Qi Xian roared. He did not know why Chen Xiang attacked him, but it was no longer important to him, because no matter what the reason was, he had to kill Chen Xiang in order to remove the hatred in his heart. Chen Xiang then slapped over again, landing on Qi Xian's swollen face, causing him to scream miserably again. If you dare to come over, I'll immediately cut off one of his arms. Chen Xiang said coldly. He looked at the people around him. All of you, scram! I will kill you. Qi Xian's body trembled. He used his own strength and was about to attack Chen Xiang, but was struck in the chest by Chen Xiang. The force of the palm strike made Qi Xian scream in pain, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are you? Let go of young Master Qi quickly, or else King Qi will make you suffer a fate worse than death. A middle-aged man shouted. He was responsible for protecting Qi Xian, and now that something like this had happened, he would definitely be blamed in the future. I am Chen Xiang. Shen Tianhu told me to kill this trash. As Chen Xiang said that, he slapped Qi Xian a few more times on the face. Qi Xian's face was so distorted that he could not even recognize him. It was sent by Shen Tianhu? The middle-aged man became serious and retreated quickly. He obviously knew that Chen Xiang was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control Qi Xian, who was at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm, so easily. Chen Xiang was also at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm, but amongst those of the same level, he was basically invincible. UBASTARD. If others look at you more, you'll be captured and taken as a slave. Chen Xiang snorted and punched Qi Xian in the abdomen. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I will let you live, but you will feel better than dead. With that said, Chen Xiang slapped Qi Xian's head, directly shattering Qi Xian's divine sensi, making him look like a cripple. Help me tell your father, King Qi Tortoise, that I, Chen Xiang, will find him sooner or later. At that time, I will treat him as I treat you. Chen Xiang laughed, and then fiercely slapped Qi Xian's face again. The force of the slap caused Qi Xian to fly out, colliding with the wall and landing on the street outside. Following that, Chen Xiang struck the ground with his palm. The berserk heaven-blasting palm released a terrifying shockwave that turned the entire building into ruins, and all the people buried within the ruins started to curse. When the building collapsed, Chen Xiang had already teleported away. After teleporting to a place where no one was around, Chen Xiang used a transformation technique to turn himself into an old man, and then left a secret mark in some parts of the city. Only the Shen family could understand the meaning behind the secret mark. If Shen Tianhu saw it, these records would lead him to the place where was buried. Chen Xiang was currently in the city, so with him causing such a commotion, it would definitely spread out in a short amount of time. If Shen Tianhu knew about this, he would definitely secretly come to the city, and at that time, he would be able to contact them. 2 days later, the matter had already spread throughout the city, and Chen Xiang heard from many people that the majority of the people in the city including Qi Xian, were extremely disgusted and even felt the same way about the emperors and the other N. Oh, bless, because they always did whatever they wanted to bully the weak and bully the weak. Qi Xian was completely destroyed by Chen Xiang. The divine sense, see, was completely erased. It was extremely difficult to cultivate new ones, and he was even beaten up by Chen Xiang ruthlessly. His heart was definitely full of shadows, and it would affect his entire life. When the King Qi knew about this, he immediately sent out some experts to investigate. Chen Xiang discovered that those experts were only at the 5th or 6th stage of the Daopa realm, so they were not much of a threat to him. This city had a lot of losses at the moment. First, 100 of elite soldiers were killed by Chen Xiang. Then 10 elite warriors and a leader were killed. To hit King Qi's son, and to even be so fierce and arrogant, was clearly slapping his face. King Qi also took this matter very seriously, and the name Chen Xiang had also spread throughout the earth spirit world, which was exactly as Chen Xiang had predicted. See 2497. See 2497. This matter not only angered the King Qi, even the other N. Oh, bless, were very worried about it, because they never thought that Shen Tianhu would have such a person under his command. Chen Xiang had been waiting inside the city the entire time. He didn't make him wait too long. He only waited for Shen Tianhu's signal. Shen Tianhu found a secret record in the city and found a jade talisman there. Only then could he use this jade talisman to send a message to Chen Xiang and contact him. "Xianger, is that you?" Chen Xiang heard his familiar voice from the jade talisman, but it was low. "Dad, it's me," Chen Xiang said excitedly. Good. Good. Where are you? I'll go look for you right now." Shen Tianhu was also very excited at this time. He did not think that he would be able to meet his son again. "Dad, I'll go look for you." "Where are you now?" Chen Xiang asked. He was worried that Shen Tianhu would be discovered if he did not conceal himself well enough. Shen Tianhu told Chen Xiang his location, and Chen Xiang quickly teleported over, changing back to his original appearance. When she saw Shen Tianhu, Chen Xiang's eyes became moist, and she rushed over to hug Shen Tianhu. Shen Tianhu was already like a middle-aged man, with white hair and a lot of age. But what surprised Chen Xiang the most was that Shen Tianhu was in the 10th stage of the Daopa realm. He was curious as to why Shen Tianhu was able to break through so quickly and have such cultivation. "Let's talk somewhere else," Chen Xiang said before bringing his conical hat along with him and teleporting out of the city. They arrived at a forest far away from the city. "Dad, what's going on? What about our Shen family? Is he still there?" Chen Xiang asked quickly. "He's gone." Shen Tianhu shook his head and sighed. "It's been so long, and after so many things, I don't want the Shen family anymore. But I did establish the Earth Spirit world, and it's just that. Sigh, it's all my fault. I don't have the ability to protect myself." Chen Xiang was currently very angry, because the people who were attacking Earth Spirit world were still enjoying life. "Are you the only one left?" Chen Xiang patted Shen Tianhu's shoulder. "Of course not. More than half of our soldiers died, and a lot of civilians survived. Back then I had Antic 1P aided that those fellows would have ill intentions and had been defending them from time to time." Shen Tianhu laughed. "I created an underground palace at a deeper place. It's very close to the center of the earth, and there's even a very small river of fire there. I heard they were all killed." "Dad, you're so awesome." Chen Xiang gave Shen Tianhu a big thumbs up. "If I were powerful, I wouldn't have been driven away." Shen Tianhu laughed bitterly. "You're the awesome one. To think that you could actually find me, and even enter this Ned place and ruthlessly beat up King Qi's son." "Right. What happened on this island?" Chen Xiang asked. A poisonous rain suddenly fell from the sky, causing the entire island to be shrouded in death poison. I already knew about this matter, because during that short period of time when I was sleeping, there would be people who would tell me about this matter. Furthermore, they would also tell me the method to dodge it. Xin, Tianhu said, was very surprised. Someone actually asked him to build a earth spirit world here. This earth spirit world existed in the first place. We only built many cities later on. So when the poisonous rain came, not a single one of us died. This earth spirit world existed in the first place. We only built many cities later on. When Shen Tianhu thought back to this moment, he could not help but become angry. Let's take a look at the underground palace, Chunxiang said. Shen Tianhu instructed Chunxiang to teleport, and very quickly, they arrived at the entrance to the underground palace. It was in the depths of a mountain range and entered from the mouth of a dead volcano. Dad, how strong are those guys? Chunxiang asked. I'll help you fix them so that you can take over the Earth Spirit world from here. The strongest should be that Earth Spirit World Emperor. That guy broke through the Daopa realm, so I'm not his opponent. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have lost. Shin, Tianhu said. At this moment, he opened a stone door. Dad, how did you cultivate so fast? You're faster than me by a lot. All these years, I've also relied on pills to speed me up. Chunxiang said. You definitely do not have that many pills here. Of course not. When Shen Tianhu mentioned this matter, he thought back to his past. Chunxiang also immediately knew that the people who were with Shen Tianhu back then were no longer here, and only he was still alive. For many years, it was the voice in my mind that helped me and guided me in my cultivation. As a result, I absorbed the power of this island very quickly. Shen Tianhu said. In short, every time I encounter a bottleneck, as long as I meditate and cultivate, I can feel myself merging with the entire island, and I'll be able to break through it very quickly. But now, the situation on this island isn't very good, so it is very difficult for me to enter the Dao profound realm. Shen Tianhu brought Chunxiang and entered the gates of the underground palace. There were a few middle-aged men guarding the gates. They were very curious about Chunxiang's ident. One tie, because it was very rare for Shen Tianhu to be so intimate with others, even though Shen Tianhu was usually full of dignity. But now he looked a lot more gentle. Our Shen family has disappeared a long time ago. These people all came from that island, and there are even people from that spatial rift. Shen Tianhu said. Chunxiang had also heard that back then, there were many people who were opposed to taking over Earth's spirit world. Many people supported living in harmony with them. Just that the great powers were too greedy and were not willing for Shen Tianhu to take control of the entire Earth spirit world, which was why they started the war. At that time, many of the people who came over from the spatial crack had also joined Shen Tianhu's side and fought with the royalty. However, Shen Tianhu lost in the end and brought them here. Father, do you have any plans now? Are you sure that the strongest people over there are only at the Dao Profound Realm? Chunxiang asked. If that's the case, I feel that we can immediately go back and eliminate those 10 kings and the world emperor. You only seem to be Dao Dan Realm now, right? What can you do? Shin Tianhu said. He had already brought Chunxiang to a hall in the underground palace. This was his cave. Yes. Chunxiang said. All right, wait for me. I'll go gather those generals. Shin Tianhu trusted Chunxiang a lot, so he didn't ask too much and immediately walked out of the hall. Chunxiang asked Xia Beiling, Sister Beiling, can you handle the Dao Profound Realm? Xia Beiling scoffed. What do you mean? Even if 10,000 comes, I will still kill them all. No matter how many there are, I will still kill them all. Sister Beiling, you're so amazing. What is your Dao sovereign cultivation level? Chunxiang could not help but exclaim. He did not have a deep understanding of these realms. He had previously heard from Chu Hongqing and Yang Shangyin that the Daopa realm was very strong. See 2498. See 2498 when Chunxiang was chased by the experts of the undead divine race. He did not know what their cultivations were. He only knew that they had definitely Serpa. Said the Daopa realm by a lot. There are a total of 10 stages in the heavenly Tao realm. Tao Ti realm, Tao Yuan realm, Tao Dan realm, Tao Per realm, Tao Profound realm, Tao S, HI plus realm, Tao Zong realm, and beyond them are the extremely difficult Tao Du Mess. After the Tao Du Mess are the Tao Sovereigns. Xia Beiling said, Sister Bailing, you're actually so amazing. He's actually at the last realm. Chen Xiang said in shock. To you it's quite impressive, but so what? Even now, I still don't understand who the power that punished our city was. Xia Beiling said, I'll definitely understand it in the future. You must believe in yourself. Qin Xiang laughed. Xia Beiling nodded, because the punishment for her city's power led to her family's destruction and death. She wanted revenge. The undead divine race who were chasing and killing you before were all part of the Dao Zong realm, and the strongest among all the hundreds of Flowers Village were Xie Qiaoyan, Long Shuangru, and Shuang. And the Long Jiuxiao in the Heavenly Dragon City is the Dao Zong realm. Xia Beiling said, Long Jiuxiao should be preparing to enter the Tao Doom realm. Of course, for heavenly beasts like him, the Tao Doom is easier to pa-ss. Sister Bailing, didn't you say the Void and the 2 Dao Sovereigns failed their tribulation? What do you mean, they're Dao Sovereigns? Qin Xiang asked. They have successfully become Dao Sovereigns. However, there was a problem with the Tao Doom, which caused them to become like that. But of course, that doesn't affect their strength at all. But as they see it, that's because the tribulation has failed. Xia Beiling said, Does everyone become like this when they fail at transcending tribulation? Qin Xiang asked again. Looks like Tao Doom is very powerful. It's not that powerful. You'll know the specifics after you experience it. If it's really that powerful, then Void and Azure Sun would have already died long ago. If the Tao Doom was not successful, they would lose some things, such as the Azure Sun and the Void, which would forever be small. Xia Beiling said, Forever. Qin Xiang was shocked. They are so pitiful. Yes. Xia Beiling giggled. So you better be careful in the future. If you become smaller forever, your beautiful wives would be very depressed. I'm not going to turn into that bird. Qin Xiang snorted. He also felt fear when he thought about it. Besides becoming smaller, are there any other ways to pay the price? There is. For example, half humans and half beasts could become beasts, or could become stars in the sky, or could become flowers, plants, and trees. In short, it would become something else. It was one kind of thing. It's more common to become a child and then become something else, Xia Beiling said. And the worst is that they have become weirdly shaped. I heard that some of them had their T-tox and head swapped places. Qin Xiang's brows twitched. This was indeed too tragic. You don't have to be afraid. You'll definitely be able to get through it. When Xia Beiling was in the hundreds of Flowers Village, he had a rather deep understanding of Qin Xiang. He was a guy who could change his fate, and his luck had always been good. Sister Bailing, it's going to be tough on you. Help me get rid of those bad guys. Qin Xiang said. And I know. I love punies. Plussing bad guys. Xia Beiling laughed. Oh, right, my old man is always being trifled by some guy. What do you think, Sister Bailing? Qin Xiang said, That guy must be on this island. Xia Beiling was silent for a moment, then said, I am also very curious about this matter. That fellow knew beforehand that it would rain poison rain and told your father to prepare to evacuate to this Earth Spirit world. This Earth Spirit world is obviously related to that guy. Although it's not difficult for your father to create a Earth Spirit world with his strength, it's definitely not over in a short amount of time. Qin Xiang nodded his head. That guy possesses very powerful strength, and he treats my father quite well. Xia Beiling said, but he did not take care of your father anymore. Otherwise, your father's Earth Spirit world would not have been taken down. Why is that? Qin Xiang said as his brows knitted together. Could it be that that guy felt that my father was too weak, so he gave up on my father and went to find that CRAPPY World Emperor from the Tao Profound Realm? No, it's just that he's not in a good situation right now. Xia Beiling's voice became serious. I think that guy is the spirit of this island, which is also the island spirit. Island spirit? Qin Xiang took in a deep breath. What Xia Beiling said was true. He felt that it was true. If not for the fact that island spirit did not have enough power, spatial rifts would not have appeared. In order to help the humans on the ground survive, island spirit must have a lot of power. Moreover, this island was constantly being corroded by the deadly poison, which had a strong devouring force, so after a long time, island spirit would definitely become very weak. This island was the island spirit's body. If one were to suffer such devastation, the current condition of the island spirit could be imagined. If we can find the island spirit, perhaps I can find out why our city was poisoned back then. Island spirit definitely knows about this matter, which is why he told your father in advance and told him to be on guard. Xia Beiling said, yes, the island spirit must be at the core of the earth, and the earthly beast might even be the island spirit. Qin Xiang nodded his head. Once we settle the matters of the earth spirit world, we'll go to the core of the earth to take a look. Qin Xiang, do you have any way to cure the death poison? Xia Beiling suddenly asked, his voice weak. I feel that this island is very pitiful. He is intelligent and can be considered a living being. Moreover, he has helped your father before. If possible, we should help him. It was only because Xia Beiling had asked Qin Xiang this question when she saw impenetrable that she had heard of him allowing 2S PAC time to fuse together. To her, this sounded like an unimaginable feat, but Qin Xiang had done it when he was very weak. Yes. When we settle the matter of finding the earth spirit world, we can then find the island spirit and ask him for his opinion. Qin Xiang quickly thought of a way. What method? Xia Beiling suddenly became excited. She and the Azure Sky Snake were both troubled by the issue of the death poison, because they had already constructed a very powerful city. They had also discussed how they could cure the poison if they were to encounter rain again. Fire! Qin Xiang said. He felt that the flames released by the chuangs. I plus G. D furnace should not be a problem. And after using the creation D spring to water the soil that had been corroded by the death poison, it would be able to restore its vitality. Of course, this was only his imagination. He had never tried it, and did not know if he would succeed or not. C. 2499. C. 2499 on the way here. Shen Tianhu had told them that his son had come to find him, and had even told them what Qin Xiang had done outside. This was also to let Qin Xiang gain their acknowledgement. At this time, Shen Tianhu introduced all of these rankers to Qin Xiang one by one. Some of them were with Shen Tianhu, and some of them were from other worlds. Xianger, tell me your plan now. I know you have a way. Shen Tianhu said. He was very clear about Qin Xiang's methods. I have a Tao sovereign level expert with me. My plan is for her to take action and kill off the more threatening ones. After that, leave the smaller ones to us. Qin Xiang said, Is this for real? An old man exclaimed. Tao sovereigns were something they yearned for. In their world, they were like legends. Absolutely. Qin Xiang nodded. After all, it was somewhat difficult for them to accept this. Right now, the Earth Spirit World's Realm Emperor was only a Tao Profound realm. But the pressure was so great that they were unable to breathe. If there really was a Tao sovereign expert, then their side would definitely be an invincible existence. It would be a piece of cake for them to take down the Earth Spirit World's 10 kings and World Emperor. Shen Tianhu obviously believed Qin Xiang's words. He also understood why the others did not believe him, and said, Xianger, can you let this Tao sovereign out? No problem. Qin Xiang immediately let Xia Beiling come out of the Yao Mountain Villa, and he had already greeted her beforehand. When Xia Beiling came out, She pretended to be cold so that she looked more like an expert. This was what Qin Xiang had told her before. Seeing this beautiful and Blee woman in a purple dress, everyone was stunned. In their imaginations, a Tao sovereign expert should be a very old man. Qin Xiang thought so too, but he had seen even more outrageous Tao sovereigns like Qingyang and Sukong. He felt that Tao sovereigns were extremely eccentric. Xia Beiling was still considered normal. Everyone, there's no need to suspect that she's a Tao sovereign. Qin Xiang laughed. She was the one who helped me previously, and I only managed to kill Qi Xianlong's 10 experts. Qin Xiang had indeed killed many experts by his side, but Qin Xiang was only at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm. Is this really the cultivation of a Tao sovereign? An old man who could not feel Xia Beiling's aura was suspicious, although Xia Beiling was acting cold on purpose. She was not a woman who was born with the demeanor of a strong rancor. Sister Beiling, how many moves did you miss? Qin Xiang said to Xia Beiling in a low voice. Xia Beiling waved her hand, and a beating heart appeared on top of her palm. This is my heart. The old man cried out in alarm, his face turning pale. Senior, don't worry, your heart is fine. Qin Xiang laughed. At the same time, Xia Beiling returned his heart back to him. At this moment, everyone was trembling with fear, worried that their hearts would be randomly pulled out and crushed. Of course, they still could not feel the cultivation strength of the Tao Lord yet, but they knew that Xia Beiling was much stronger than them. Is everyone ready now? If all of you are not worried, we can go and kill the World Emperor and the other 10 kings first. After that, you can attack. Qin Xiang said. All right then. Shen Tianhu nodded his head. Xiang'er, let me go with you. No need, Dad. You just stay here and prepare to attack. After we quickly take back Earth's spirit world. I still have important things to do. I'll tell Sister Bai Ling if she can get rid of the deadly poison on the ground and let everyone return to the ground. Qin Xiang said. Everyone was excited. They felt that they could possibly do this, because Xia Beiling was a Tao Lord. In their eyes, there was nothing that Tao sovereigns could not do. Then can you find the World Emperor? Shen Tianhu replied. I'm still a bit worried. What's so difficult about that? I can even come to this place, not to mention finding such a famous person in Earth's spirit world. Qin Xiang laughed. We will leave it at that. We will leave first. Qin Xiang brought Xia Beiling out of the underground palace and came to the surface. Little scoundrel, didn't you look very domineering just now? Xia Beiling chuckled. No, it looks weird, but it's much better than your usual mischievous smile. Qin Xiang laughed and said, only people like Sister Huishan and Sister Qilian can be called domineering. Looking down on me. Xia Beiling ruthlessly pinched Qin Xiang's handsome face, and then he entered the Yao Mountain Villa. Find that whatever World Emperor and let me make a move first. Qin Xiang teleported to a city. The city was relatively large, and he immediately entered the city, Lord's mansion, to kill the rancors beside it. The city lord of this city was also a member of the King Qi. Back then he had also partook. 1. P. aided in the war to take over the Earth spirit world. So Qin Xiang was extremely ruthless. Qin Xiang had teleported from the city to the spirit demon city, where the World Emperor lived. Looking for the World Emperor's subordinates like this is too troublesome. Think of a way to attract them here and kill them all together. Xia Beiling said, I also have the same thought. Right now, I'll go and capture that World King. Then I'll impersonate that World King. Qin Xiang nodded. In this Spirit Emperor city, there was a lack of resources, so there were very little defensive arrays. Even if there was one, it would not be very strong. When Qin Xiang found him, he was having fun with a large group of people, playing with a large group of beauties in the pool. Qin Xiang hid in the large bathtub in the room and waited for a while. Finally, he waited for the World Emperor to leave by himself. The World Emperor was a middle-aged man. His appearance was ordinary, but he still looked quite mighty. He entered his own secret room, took out a jade bottle, and from within he took out a pill. "What pill is this?" Qin Xiang asked. He had turned into smoke just now and had quietly followed them in. The World Emperor was very vigilant. When he heard someone ask behind him, he was suddenly shocked, and a long sword also appeared in his hand. However, at that time he discovered that his hands and feet had separated from his body. Xiao Beiling had already made his move. Using the profound power of SPAC, he separated the World Emperor's 4 limbs from her body, but only in SPAC. There was neither blood nor pain, only that she was unable to move. "I am Qin Xiang." Qin Xiang chuckled as his hand was already pressing onto the head of the Realm Emperor, engulfing his memories. He had seen quite a few dirty things from the World Emperor's memories. The World King cried out in pain. Although he had powerful power, that power seemed to have separated from him. Although he could feel it, he could not use it. Xiao Beiling didn't need to come out from Qin Xiang's Yuyao mountain villa to easily suppress the World Emperor. C. 2500. C. 2500. You guys have occupied the Earth Spirit City for so long. Do you have enough blessings? Qin Xiang laughed coldly, and then let Xiao Beiling use his spatial energy to seal the World Emperor and throw him into the Chuangs. HI plus GOD furnace. Qin Xiang found many good things from the World Emperor's body, including communication, jade, symbol paper. At that moment, he had changed into the appearance of the World King. Moreover, he imitated the World King's voice and used the communication jade symbol paper to send messages to the 10 kings as well as many powerful generals. After Pa-S, sing down the message, Qin Xiang found the more than 10 sons of the Realm King in the palace. He didn't kill them and only threw them into the Chuangs. HI plus GOD furnace S. In only 4 hours, Qin Xiang had already gathered the 10 kings. As for the 30 generals, they were all at the 10th level of the Daopa realm. These people were the strongest within the Earth Spirit world. If they were to kill them, Shan Tianhu and the others could easily H back the Earth Spirit world without sacrificing too much. King Qi, I have heard about your son's matter. I think everyone knows the reason why I called you all here. That is to say about Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had changed into the appearance of the World King and imitated his aura. But we don't know where Shin Tianhu's group is right now. We already expected you to hide and wait for revenge. King Qi said his face was filled with anger. Although he was provoked, he could not do anything. Qin Xiang nodded and said, I know where that Qin Xiang is. Oh. King Qi and the rest were shocked. Right here. Qin Xiang gave a strange smile, then immediately reverting back to his original appearance. They did not think that there would actually be someone with the ability to pretend to be the World Emperor to call them over here. With their many years of experience, they immediately knew that the reason Qin Xiang had gathered them here was to kill them off in one go. Xiao Beiling had already laid out a spatial enchantment, so they couldn't escape. Sister Beiling, let's fight. Qin Xiang was in a hurry to find the island spirit of this island. Xiao Beiling immediately used her strong spatial energy and separated all of their heads. Then, using her fire sword Dao mark, Qin Xiang released a fire sword and rushed towards them. Although these 40 people were all at the 10th stage of the Daopa realm, they were all suppressed by Xiao Beiling using spatial energy and had no power to resist, as they were easily killed by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took their heads and quickly returned to the underground palace. It had only been a day. Seeing that Qin Xiang had returned so quickly, Shin Tianhu asked, Can't we find where they are? Shan Tianhu was still discussing how to attack with the other rankers. No, I've already killed them all. After saying that, Qin Xiang threw the heads of the Realm King, the 10 kings, and the generals to the ground. Looking at the familiar faces, Shen Tianhu and the rest were all dumbstruck because these people were all strong enemies in their eyes, and now that their heads were all here, it did not even take a day, especially the World Emperor of the Tao Profound Realm. Previously, he was a strong enemy that was difficult for them to defeat. Sister Bai Ling is a Tao sovereign. With her help, it would be a piece of cake. Qin Xiang laughed. Father, you should be able to handle those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, right? There's absolutely no problem. These dozens of people are the strongest on their side. Now that they're all dead, there's no difficulty at all. Shin, Tianhu, came back to reality. All these years they had been thinking about how to take back their Earth Spirit World S and kill these people. They never thought that it would be done so easily by Qin Xiang. Dad, I'm going to find a guy. We'll talk in private, Qin Xiang said. Shin, Tianhu nodded. Then he had an old man collect these human heads and show them to their warriors. This could increase their morale. Shan Tianhu and Qin Xiang arrived at a secret room. Dad, when did the guy who gave you dreams not appear in your dreams? Qin Xiang asked. Are you going to look for him? Do you know where he is? Shin Tianhu asked. I think he is Island Spirit. Qin Xiang nodded. Not long after I entered the Earth Spirit world, he no longer contacted me. He previously told me that he might not appear again. Shan Tianhu was very surprised to know that it was the Island Spirit, as if he had understood a lot of things. Could it be that he died because of the poisonous rain? Shin Tianhu sighed. He's the same as my master. If not for him, I would have died long ago. I don't think he died, but he is currently very weak. If he doesn't get any more help, he might die, so I have to go find him. Qin Xiang said, I think it's very likely that he's in the center of the earth. Is there really a way? Shin Tianhu asked anxiously. He never told me where he is. He only said that he was always on this island. If that's really the case, then it's almost certainly him. Qin Xiang said, There's no time to lose. I will go find him now. I need to talk to him first before I know how to help him. Xianger, you have to do your best to help him. Shin Tianhu patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. Definitely. Qin Xiang laughed. I'll go right now. All right, you don't need to worry about the things here. We can solve it. Shin Tianhu said. Qin Xiang drilled into the ground from the underground palace. This place must be the closest to the Earth's core, and there was a place where the flame essence could come out. Although he was not very sure, at the very least, this was the only direction in which he could search for the island spirit. He quickly entered the core of the Earth, with Xia Bailing using his spatial energy to protect himself. He did not have to worry about encountering any dangers down there. The Earth's core is withering away, Xia Bailing said, but the thing that I am sure of is if there is island spirit here, he is definitely still alive. As long as the Earth's heart does not die, he will not die. However, right now, the inner core was only burning without being able to absorb the great Tao Qi from the heaven and earth, and the ground was also being devoured by that deadly poison. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before this island was finished. Qin Xiang was currently heading towards the location of the core, and he could clearly sense the direction of the core inside the Earth's core. There was a terrifying and berserk energy there. If not for Xia Bailing, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach there. Several hours later, he finally arrived at the core. It was a huge fiery red bead. He touched it lightly with his hand and felt a strong suction force that sucked him in. When Qin Xiang was sucked in, his heart was in shock. He was worried that he would not be able to get out if he was trapped inside. But after he went in, he was not as scary as he imagined. When Qin Xiang was sucked in, his heart was in shock. He was worried that he would not be able to get out if he was trapped inside. But after he went in, he was not as scary as he imagined. Who are you? What are you doing here? His voice was very old, and even though he was asking Qin Xiang, his tone was very gentle. Qin Xiang was currently in ASPAC that was completely white in all directions, so he couldn't see anything. I am looking for you, senior. My father is Shan Tianhu. Qin Xiang replied. He's very worried about you right now. Oh, Tian Hu's son, I do know that you actually have the means to find this place. It truly isn't simple. The old voice was filled with excitement and surprise. Senior, how is your current situation? Chun Xiang asked. Now he was sure that the voice belonged to the island spirit. Not good. I'm going to die. The island spirit sighed. How is your father and the rest? Something happened in the earth spirit world that he was in. Chun Xiang then briefly told the island spirit about the situation. After knowing that Chun Xiang had come here and killed the World King and the others, the island spirit felt a lot more at ease. I am truly sorry for them. I did not protect them properly. Island spirit said guiltily. It doesn't matter. They will definitely understand you. Chun Xiang asked, Senior, why would there be poison rain on this island? It's a punishment. Island spirit sighed. At that time there was also a mysterious existence that told me about this. He told me to prepare in advance. Why should I punish you? Chun Xiang had thought that he had discovered the island spirit himself. He never expected that someone would actually be the one to tell him about it. Because I am a special existence, that person told me that because I have the potential to escape the constraints of the natural law principles, he would kill me in advance and seal me in place. The island spirit replied, That's why such a thing happened on this island. Chun Xiang thought of Xiaobeiling and the other 2 cities. Could it be that those 3 cities were also existences like this? Senior, if I remove all the death poison on the surface of the island, would you be fine? Chun Xiang said, Will that guy find out again? If it can be completely eliminated, of course I would be curious. Right now, because of the death poison covering the surface, I am unable to absorb the Tao Qi of the heaven and earth. However, the core of the island is constantly consuming energy. The island spirit said, You have a way to get rid of it. Chun Xiang released a bit of flame and said, Senior, please see if the flame in my hand can burn the poison to death away. Chun Xiang was currently releasing the flames of creation. I am also quite familiar with flames. Although I have never seen this kind of flame before, it gives me a very familiar feeling, and it is also very strong. However, your current cultivation is too low. If you were a little stronger, this kind of flame should still have a chance to strengthen. Island Spirit was also very surprised after sensing the flame in Chun Xiang's palm. Chun Xiang was only at the 10th stage of the Dao Dan realm, so he felt that it might be a lot better if he stepped into it. I'm cultivating here right now. If I break through again, I'll try the surface. Chun Xiang said, If this kind of death poison was removed, then this island could be reborn. All right, if you need any help with your cultivation, you can ask me. The island spirit said. Chun Xiang ate a few Xingdao Danes. The Xingdao Dan had a lot of use to him now. Sister Bailing, the city that you and Azure Sky City were in back, then shouldn't be any ordinary city, right? Chun Xiang asked. The island spirit also said just now that this island has a lot of potential for growth, so it will be able to break through the restrictions of the ancient code in the future. Well, I'm not too sure either. In short, the people in our city all knew how to use the power of law. They knew how to use it since they were young. Xia Beiling said, We are a strange race. This. Chun Xiang couldn't even speak. This kind of city was pretty scary. After all, not many people had mastered the power of the ancient code since they were young. But Xia Beiling and the others who lived in a city all had this kind of special power. Void and Azure Sun City are similar. They are both relatively abnormal races. It is indeed possible for us to break through the limitations of the ancient code and not be restricted by the current natural law principles. Xia Beiling said again, As for this island, I don't see any difference. Chun Xiang also felt the same way. If one said that this island was special, then it was probably because it was not restricted by S, Pei, C, and the island was an independent existence after the fusion of two eras. Could it be that it was because of this that they were punished? Then, Who was the one who informed the island spirit that they were going to be punished? Island spirit, do you know why this island was punished? Qinxiang asked. I'm not too sure either. Maybe it's because I suddenly acquired a special power. At that time, I felt that I could control this island and teleport, and I also absorbed a lot of natural Dao Qi. Also, I can also control the rapid growth of plants on this island. And in a short period of time, I'll be able to mature many medicinal herbs. The island spirit said. Qinxiang was shocked. This ability was truly heaven-defying. He now knew the reason behind this island's punishment. If this continued, the creatures on this island would become extremely powerful, and this island would become even more powerful. At that time, they would be free from the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. In that case, little scoundrel, you have to be careful yourself. Xia Beiling said in a low voice, I feel that not too long in the future, you might also trigger this kind of bottom line, and then you will be punished. Qinxiang snorted, If it's a poisonous rain, then come at me, I'm not afraid. Xia Beiling said, Looks like our punishments are all part of the will of heaven, huh? Senior, have you seen the person who sent the message to you before? Qinxiang asked. He suddenly guessed that someone might be sent a message by the island spirit. Yes, he appeared here all of a sudden. I'll release his image. After island spirit finished speaking, he released a figure in front of Qinxiang. Seeing this figure, Qinxiang was not surprised at all because he had already guessed that it was this person. It really is him. Qinxiang looked at the old man in front of him. Who is he? You know him. Xia Beiling immediately asked, and Island Spirit also asked. His name is Natural Law Divine Spirit, and he is a very weak fellow. I have helped him enormously. However, he is also a pretty good person. Qinxiang sighed. Looks like I have to ask him next time. I just don't know how to find him. The Natural Law Divine Spirit was also a very special existence. It could be said that he was a servant of the heavenly Tao, but he was too weak. See 2502. See 2502 right now. Qinxiang only wanted to quickly purge the poison from the island so that his father could appear on the ground again. However, he was a little worried. If the poison was purged, then would he be able to appear again in the future? Of course, if he wanted to know the truth, he had to ask Natural Law Divine Spirit. Currently, he only had the cultivation of the 10th stage of the Spirit Tao Pill. He needed to enter the Daopa realm to be able to strengthen the world creation flames, and only then would he be able to remove the deadly poison. Stepping into the Daopa realm meant transforming the bones within one's body into a Tao soul, becoming an even more powerful existence. And the Dao Dan realm before was transforming the divine deity into a Tao core. After transforming into a spirit, it also meant that Qinxiang's body would become even stronger, and when using the Dao Yuan immortal power, he could release even more of it in an instant. And he could also borrow even more when borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. After eating a few Xingdao Dan, he quietly entered into a state of cultivation. It was currently very quiet inside. The island spirit did not disturb him, and only watched quietly. With regards to Qinxiang coming here and doing so many things, Island Spirit was pleasantly surprised, because this was his only hope at the moment. Previously, he had carried a death wish, but now he had seen a glimmer of hope. Qinxiang could feel a slight change in his body while he was unknowingly cultivating. The bones that were originally in various parts of his body were now gradually emitting a warm energy, causing the parts of his body that had bones to itch. This was a sign that he was in the process of transforming. If he succeeded, the bones in his body would have completely turned into a Tao soul. After a few days, Qinxiang's skin started to exude oily black impurities. He never thought that after his own body stepped into the Daopa realm, it would actually have such a huge improvement. My body is stronger now. Qinxiang clenched his fists tightly. His body felt as if it had been struck by iron, and when he was channeling the Dao Yuan immortal power in his body, after his Dao spirit transformed and raised, he became even stronger, several times stronger than before. The Dao realm is the result of your bones being raised. Your current situation is pretty good. If you were to use that flame again, you should be able to purge the deadly poison from your body. Island Spirit laughed. Chunxiang immediately released the creation flames, and the Daoyuan immortal power that surged out of the divine sense, immediately became much stronger after being converted by his Dao soul. Right now, your Dao realm is at the first level. If it's at the second level, the number of Daoyuan immortal power transformed by your Dao soul will double. Island Spirit continued. From the looks of it, although you have just entered the Dao realm, your strength is much stronger than ordinary Dao realm. Chunxiang laughed. Senior, is my fire can really deal with the poison now? Go and give it a try. I'm not sure either. If that's not possible, you can only continue to cultivate. If it is possible, that would be for the best. Island Spirit said. Do you want me to send you up? All right, then send me up. Chunxiang nodded. He was already impatient to try. This death poison seemed to be an extremely serious punishment, but it was nothing to him. Not only was it unable to poison him, he could also remove and dissolve it. Although the Island Spirit was weak right now, it was still very easy to bring Chunxiang to the surface. After all, he was the spirit of this island and had once ruled over it. In the blink of an eye, Chunxiang was on the ground. At the moment, the entire place was filled with the black death poison. It was filled with death aura. The cold wind was blowing. The poison had already engulfed all of the D machines on the ground, and the death poison could not find anything capable of devouring either. It continued to float around. The most powerful part of this deadly poison is its ability to quickly absorb energy. Chunxiang threw a rock. When the deadly poison sensed that there was energy inside the rock, it immediately floated over and covered the entire rock. The stone turned into black ashes after being enveloped by the black gas for a few moments. The energy within the stone was absorbed, and the remnants of the stone turned into black death poison. It is indeed terrifying. If just a little bit of it is leaked out, the outside world will be quickly submerged by this deadly poison. Chunxiang took in a breath of cold air. He had grabbed a handful of death poison with his hand. He also felt that his body was unfathomable. Such a terrifying death poison was actually unable to do anything to his body. Chunxiang looked at the black death poison in his palm, and with a thought, a flame appeared in his palm. The death poison immediately turned white and disappeared into a mist. Success! Chunxiang was immediately overjoyed. Then he released a large amount of creation flames to burn the pool of dead poison in front of him and quickly dispelled it. It was just that originally it was all water there, but now that the dead poison had been purged from his body, it was only a dried-up pit. It really succeeded. This sort of flame is really strange. Xia Beiling was also ecstatic. If it was any ordinary flame that was being burned, most of it would have been engulfed. Chunxiang's flames were emitted from the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, and this type of flame could purify everything. It was said that when the world was created, this type of flame was used to refine all living things. And this type of flame could also burn and destroy all living things. Following that, Chunxiang flew above the island, continuously sending down B, A-L-L, S after B, A-L-L, S of creational flames, and even turning the flames into a rain of fire to rain down, to burn the death poison on the ground. This island was not small. If Chunxiang wanted to completely eliminate the death poison on it, it would not be easy either. It would need a lot of time. Was worried about this previously, but now, seeing the deathly poison being afraid of the aura of the creation flame, he felt at ease. It took him a full 3 months to burn the entire island. The island that was initially shrouded in darkness could see the bright sunlight and lawn-land sky. Although the entire island was still charred black, it seemed to be filled with more vitality than before and was no longer lifeless. The deadly poison should have been eliminated by now. Chunxiang was flying above the island. Although the deadly poison had been eliminated, the island was still constantly moving, so it was a difficult problem to stop the island. He had no choice. It might need a very powerful force to do so. However, this was not bad. At the very least, others could not easily land on this island. "Senior, can you hear my voice?" Chun Xiang shouted from the sky above the island. "Yes, you did." Island Spirit's voice was very agitated. The island that had been corroded by this deadly poison for many years had finally seen daylight once more, and Island Spirit had quickly recovered. Chun Xiang could also feel it now. The sunlight contained the heavenly energy, and after it shone onto the ground, it was quickly being absorbed. Now that the island was no longer corroded, and the Island Spirit was able to quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth, he could quickly bring the island back to life. How is Earth Spirit World? Chun Xiang had already left the Earth Spirit World for a long time. He did not know how they were doing. C. 2503. C. 2503. All the rankers in Earth Spirit World were killed by Chun Xiang. So Chun Xiang was not too worried that Shen Tianhu and the rest were in danger. If everything went well, the people in the Earth Spirit World would be able to see the sun that they haven't seen for a long time. Good. I just talked to your father and told him to prepare to move to the surface. The Island Spirit said, "Senior, do you think that the poisonous rain will return again?" When Chun Xiang asked about this, he was extremely worried, and if he came back again, he would have to return to the Earth Spirit World. If no one reminded him that the poison rain had suddenly come, then many people would definitely die. I won't come again. If I can survive this trial, the heavenly Tao will no longer punish me. Even if I do, I will grow a lot by then. I won't be like before, sitting and waiting for death. Island Spirit said, "Believe me, when the time comes, I will definitely be able to protect the life on this island." Island Spirit knew that Chun Xiang was extremely worried about his father, and now that the Island Spirit saw Chun Xiang as his benefactor, he naturally had to take care of Chun Xiang's father. After experiencing the poison rain, Island Spirit also realized that he was too weak. He would definitely work hard to raise his own strength in the future to prevent the poison rain from coming again. Chun Xiang nodded, then sat on the ground and leaned against a rock. He was currently very tired, and after several months of not resting, he had continuously released flames to burn the death poison on the island. Now he could finally have a beautiful sleep. Chun Xiang had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, but the moment he woke up, he smelt a faint fragrance from the flowers. He suddenly woke up and looked around him. "How long have I been asleep?" Chun Xiang asked quickly. "It's only been 3 days." Xia Beiling laughed. She had actually already left the Yao Mountain Villa. "It's only been 3 days." Chun Xiang immediately flew up to the sky and surveyed his surroundings from above. In the distance, there was a large river flowing in a zigzag phase. I plus on this island. 3 days ago, the place had been scorched black, but now there were mountains and rivers, blue skies and white clouds, and 100 beautiful flowers competing against each other. Chun Xiang was shocked that he could recover to his current state so quickly. He had originally planned to rest on his own before using the Creation D's spring to help recover, but Island Spirit did it so quickly. Quite a surprise. The Island Spirit's voice appeared in Chun Xiang's mind. His voice was no longer as aged as it was before, and it was filled with joy. This is too fast." Chun Xiang took a deep breath. The fresh air had an intoxicating fragrance to it. "This might be the reason why I'm being punished. This is simply a violation of the laws of nature." The Island Spirit sighed. It would truly be heaven-defying to be able to make this island grow large amounts of flowers, plants, and trees so quickly. If those medicinal herbs could also grow like this, Chun Xiang would feel afraid just thinking about it. "Your father and the others will arrive soon." The Island Spirit chuckled. "Next up, I will help him increase his strength. so that he can become a Tao sovereign faster or even stronger. Chen Xiang felt that this island spirit was as strong as the Tao sovereign, and Xia Beiling had mentioned before that this island spirit was very strong. All right, then I'll leave it to you. I have a lot of things to do outside, so I can't stay here for too long, Chen Xiang said. Moreover, it's not easy to come here once. Indeed, once I'm strong enough, I won't be able to stabilize myself like I'm now jumping around. Island Spirit also knew about the chaos occurring on the island. Other than that, there was an extremely powerful barrier sealing them. All right, my father has already taken over the Earth Spirit world from the new position, right? Chen Xiang asked. Yes, they have all stabilized now, and I have also recovered my strength. If there were other outsiders like before, I could have stopped them from doing anything rash. The island spirit said, Then you can help me say goodbye to my father. I'm leaving. Chen Xiang said. He also didn't really want to say his goodbyes to Shen Tianhu in front of him. The island spirit seemed to understand this human nature and sighed. I got it. You have to be careful outside. You have so many miracles on you. It's hard to avoid people noticing you. If you encounter any danger, come in here. I will protect you no matter what. All right, farewell. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he used the white tiger to jump and left the island. After entering the wasteland, he looked around and saw that the island had disappeared. Although the trace of the island was a bit strange, it was still a good place to go. Sister Bai Ling, what are your plans? Do you want to continue playing in the hundreds of Flowers Village or go back there? Chun Xiang said, I'm going to the Three Money Divine City now. I'll go back to the White Spirit City, first to take a look. It'll be an easy task wherever I go anyway. Xia Beiling came out from Yao Mountain Villa. When he first went to the island and saw the death poison, it made Xia Beiling feel like he was back in the days when he was poisoned to death by the death poison. But when he recovered that island, it also eliminated the shadow that had been etched in her heart for many years. All right, I will go to hundreds of Flowers Village to play from time to time. That is my second home. Xia Beiling giggled at Chen Xiang and pinched Chen Xiang's face. I'm going. Even if you're free, you should come to White Spirit City to play with me. Definitely. Chen Xiang laughed. Xia Beiling hummed to the small tune that Yang Xiangyin played frequently, jumping, and slowly disappeared from Chen Xiang's line of sight. If I had known, I would have let her take me back first. Chen Xiang curled his lips and then could only head towards the Three Money Divine City himself. As long as they could find a city with 3 great native bank-s, they could be teleported to the Three Money Divine City through those native bank-s. This was very convenient. If he were to build 3 great native bank-s in the future, it would be much easier for him to return to the Heavenly Dragon City from the Three Money Divine City. After finding his own father, Chen Xiang could finally put down the burden in his heart. Inside the Three Money Divine City, Chen Xiang had returned to his villa. Before he left, he had told Huang Jintian to help him spread the news of the Xingdao Dan. Master, you didn't eat the Xingdao Dan, right? Chen Xiang immediately asked when he saw Huang Jintian. Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? Huang Jintian chuckled. Your Xingdao Dan is very famous in this city now. Oh, how did you do it? Chen Xiang asked anxiously. On one hand, it's Jiang Xian, this brat, helping to spread the news. On the other hand, it's the Jiang clan helping, and then there's... And Xie Qiaoyan, no matter what you need me to do for you, I have pretty much done it now. Huang Jintian said, C-2504. C-2504, you won't steal it yourself, will you? Chen Xiang asked again. Looking at Huang Jintian's current expression, no matter how you looked at it, it looked like he had eaten something. Absolutely not. I say, you brat, why don't you trust an old man like me that much? Huang Jintian said snappily, these few days, in order to help you spread the news, I've been going everywhere. Because of Chen Xiang Xingdao Dan, he suddenly leveled up by a lot, and Jiang Xian stayed there all day and fought on the fighting stage. He won a lot of battles, so his reputation was very big. And now that Jiang Xian's cultivation had increased by so much, it was very useful for publicizing the Xingdao Dan. These days, Qin Xiang did not really refine many Xingdao Danes, but Chu Hongqing, Feng Yujie, and Xia Beiling, who was in Yuyao Mountain Villa, were refining around 1,000 of them. Feng Yujie had also eaten a lot of Xingdao Dan in the Yuyao Mountain Villa, and had long reached the 10th level of Dao Dan realm, causing Chu Hongqing to also step into the Daopa realm. Master, how many jade money do you think can be sold for one pellet? Qin Xiang asked. 30 million won't be a problem, but Jiang Xian told you to sell it for 50 million, and if no one buys it, then you can go down bit by bit. Huang Jintian said, This 3-money divine city has many rich people. They have a lot of jade money. If they urgently need to use Xingdao Dan to help their own juniors raise their cultivation, they do not care about the number of jade money. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded. It was already late, so he returned to his room. Feng Yujie also came out from Yao Mountain Villa. Sister Feng, did you miss me? Qin Xiang hugged Feng Yujie and whispered into her ear, while also kissing Feng Yujie's cheeks. Little scoundrel, I just wanted to warm up with you. Feng Yujie pouted, coquettishly. Then she hugged and kissed Qin Xiang before stepping onto the bed. After a carefree night, Qin Xiang woke up very energetic the next morning. However, Feng Yujie woke up early in the morning and entered Yao Mountain Villa, together with Chu Hongqing and the others, to find something to eat. After Qin Xiang finished eating, he came to Eternal Life Native Bank. He had come to find Eternal Life Native Bank's third master, Fan S. H. I. plus Xan. After he had come to Eternal Life Native Bank, the shopkeeper had warmly welcomed him and brought him into the VIP hall, telling him to wait for Fan S.H.I. plus Xn. The last time Fan S.H.I. plus Xn met with him was not a small achievement, so when he heard that Qin Xiang had arrived, he immediately came to see him. Villa Master Fan, how are the Heavenly Dragon City's 3 great native banks doing? Seeing Fan S.H.I. plus Xan, Qin Xiang anxiously asked, and did not bother to say any formalities. The higher-ups have already agreed to it, and have communicated with Long Jiuxiao. The 3 great native banks have been constructed there, and before long, they will introduce jade money over there. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan had a faint smile on his face. On the other hand, you have disappeared for such a long time. I went to look for you, but your master said that you're not here. You're not refining pills, are you? Of course not. Qin Xiang shook his head. I'm not in the city at all. Your master is also a strange person. He seems to be from the undead divine race. Fan S.H.I. plus Xn had been to Qin Xiang's villa and had also seen him. Yeah, but he's not that kind of bad guy. He's just crazy sometimes, but he's a lot better now. Qin Xiang laughed. I know about that. There were originally 2 factions in undead divine race, but the modern faction was relatively rare. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan smiled and nodded. Oh, right. I heard that you recently refined a kind of Shengdao Dan that can help your Dao Dan realm increase its realm quickly. Yes, Manor Lord Fan is interested. Qin Xiang took out one and threw it over. I am indeed very interested, but I don't know if you can make it in bulk and sell it to us. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan went to find Qin Xiang just to discuss this matter. The price is fine. Earlier, Huang Jintian and Jiang Xian had spread the news everywhere, so he could guess that Qin Xiang was planning to sell this pill. 50 million pills. Qin Xiang said Eternal Life Native Bank was the one who made jade money. He would not kill anyone if he didn't want to. It's a little expensive. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan took a deep breath. How about 4,500 jade money? We will take all of them, and we will also resell them, and we will only earn a little bit of money. We have a little more Dao Dan realm in our 3-money divine city, so if we have a large number of these Shengdao Dan, it will be able to motivate more people to go and earn more jade money, which will also increase the overall strength of our city. Chun Xiang thought this was also good. He didn't need to sell it. I have 1,000. Chun Xiang said, Can you take all of them now? Quite a few. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan exclaimed. He felt that what Chun Xiang was afraid of was not his cultivation level, but his ability to refine pills. He guessed that Chun Xiang must have grasped a method to quickly obtain medicinal ingredients, as this was also very heaven-defying. 45 billion jade money. Although Fan S.H.I. plus Xan did not see Chun Xiang Xingdao Dan, he took out a piece of jade and said, You can obtain the jade money from the 3 great native banks at any time. Chun Xiang took out a jade case, handed it over, and then received the jade slip. The way to open the native bank is different. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan laughed. You now have so many jade money. How do you plan to spend them? No matter how you look at them, they don't seem like you are lacking. Purchasing medicinal ingredients, buying pill formulas. This will allow me to concoct even more types of pills. Chun Xiang said, Your native bank will not collapse, right? I have so many jade money here. It definitely will not collapse. If our native bank were to collapse, this entire wasteland would be over for sure. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan said, At the moment, undead divine race and that evil spirit race are still unable to threaten us. We are actually worried about the power that comes from other sources. Strength from other aspects. Chun Xiang frowned. In what way? It's ancient and ancient. According to what I know, there are a few problems in the ancient wastelands, and the 3 great native banks on top have all been destroyed. Those ancient wastelands have powerful barriers too, and currently none of us from the 3 great native banks are able to go in and investigate. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan said, So we have to be prepared. The sudden appearance of the ancient desolation is definitely not a coincidence. It was all arranged by some mysterious power. Chun Xiang knew that the spirit wasteland was stable now, but the upper echelons were also in turmoil. For example, Xiaobeiling and the other 2 Dao sovereign cities would often face attacks from the beast race, and these were all instigated by mysterious powers. Manor Lord Fan, I would like to see what kind of problem has occurred in the ancient desolation. Chun Xiang suddenly said he had the white tiger's jump. He wanted to see if he can cross those enchantments. Profound Wasteland, Devil Wasteland, and Evil Wasteland. These 3 ancient wastelands have always been unable to enter, and this has always been the case for the mysterious divine wasteland. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan said, Do you know the location? Chun Xiang asked. I know, you need to go in. This is extremely dangerous. These 3 creatures from the ancient wastelands are all very savage. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan said, C. 2505. C. 2505. Chun Xiang really wanted to go to the ancient wastelands and have a look. He had been to the spirit wasteland before and felt that it was safer there, but there was still some accident where he was almost killed by the small tree fairy. I want to go in and take a look. Chun Xiang said, Can you tell me the specific location? It's really dangerous inside. Your current cultivation is still relatively low. Entering inside would cause trouble. Fan S.H.I. plus Xan said as he furrowed his brows. He was indeed considering for Chun Xiang. No problem. Chun Xiang laughed. First, tell me where Profound Wasteland is, and then we'll talk about the things inside. I'll go take a look. Evil Wasteland and Devil Wasteland only heard the name and felt that it was very scary, so Chun Xiang didn't plan to go right now. He was just rather interested in Profound Wasteland, and from the name, he knew that it wasn't as scary as Evil Wasteland and Devil Wasteland. Fine. Seeing that Chun Xiang really wanted to go, Fan S. HI plus XIN told him the location and repeatedly reminded him to be careful when entering the place. And right now, the people from the 3 great native banks were also unable to enter the profound wasteland. So Fanes, HI plus XIN was not too worried about Qinxiang, who he felt was also unable to enter. When Qinxiang found out that the location of the profound wasteland was empty, he immediately went back to greet Huang Jintian. He also gave Huang Jintian over a dozen Xingdao danes to let him see if he could enter the Daopa realm. He came to a large city in the northern wasteland, and there were a lot of people gathered there. Because the profound wasteland, one of the ancient desolations, appeared nearby, although it was still quite a distance away from the city. It was the only city near the profound wasteland. Once he was in the city, Qinxiang heard many people talking about the profound wasteland. The current situation was that no one could enter the profound wasteland. Many big shots from the big powers had tried. No matter what they did, they would not be able to break through the barrier and enter. And the 3 great native banks received more information than these people did. They knew that the 3 great native banks inside had already been destroyed by someone. So the ones who wanted to enter the place the most were the people from the 3 great native banks. Qinxiang quickly arrived at the side of profound wasteland. He heard that this place was originally a land of ice and snow, but profound wasteland's sudden appearance on this land of ice and snow allowed Qinxiang to see a lot of green mountains in front of him. Although it was a little cold, the inside of profound wasteland was not affected. The entire profound wasteland was extremely huge, appearing in the northern wasteland and covering more than half of the northern wasteland. It was said that many small cities were devoured by the profound wasteland, and they didn't know what was happening inside because no one could enter. Below Qinxiang's feet was a sheet of ice and snow, and not far away was the green GRAS red flower, and inside was the profound wasteland. He was only 100 steps away from the profound wasteland, but the difference was like the sky and the earth. Qinxiang looked around. There were many people displaying their abilities, wanting to enter the profound wasteland to see what was going on, because the previous spirit wasteland, when he appeared, someone had found an extremely powerful heavenly artifact. So everyone felt that there might be more heavenly artifacts in the profound wasteland, and there might be even more heaven and earth treasures there. Everyone knew that the profound wasteland was bigger than the spirit wasteland. Ever since the appearance of the spirit wasteland, the story of the ancient desolation also spread. It was just that everyone did not understand why the ancient desolation would suddenly appear. Qinxiang also thought of one possibility. It was that the timelines of the ancient 8 desolations and the new 8 wastelands era would fuse together, just like the timelines of the Star Law Divine Realms era and this era. During the day, many people were trying all sorts of methods. At night, there were also many people, because some people felt that the barrier might become weaker at night. But still no one could get in. Qinxiang walked around the barrier, and after getting away from the crowd, he used the white tiger leap to jump and easily entered the barrier. This made him secretly rejoice. The usefulness of the white tiger Dao mark was too great. After entering, Qinxiang tried again and was able to jump out. I thought I saw someone inside. Suddenly, Qinxiang heard someone speaking and immediately became a cloud of mist. The sky is so dark now, you must have seen wrongly. Where did these figures come from? The native banks and people of the 3 great native banks have all been destroyed. But the 3 great native banks were still unable to enter. They are the 3 most powerful forces in the entire wasteland, but there is nothing they can do about it. A person said, in the ancient 8 wastelands, the 3 great native banks had already existed, and they had also formed a very powerful force. However, the profound wasteland and the other 2 great desolate lands had all been destroyed, so something big must have happened inside. When Qinxiang entered, he immediately discovered that there were huge differences between the inside and the outside, especially the Daoqi inside. Even though it was extremely dense, it contained a very peculiar kind of energy, and he did not know what that energy was either. How strange. I just absorbed it, and it left my body soon after. What exactly is this energy? Chen Xiang had just absorbed a very dense amount of Tao energy, and the special energy contained within circled around his body before leaving. Whatever, let's go inside and take a look. Right now, Chen Xiang was also very curious about what was happening inside. He used teleportation, and each time he did, so he would only teleport a distance away. Not long after, he arrived at a patch of GRA's land, and at this moment he was already very far from the edge of profound wasteland. On the prairie he saw a city. The city was surrounded by a tall black wall. This type of wall seemed very STU. and it also had a very unique aura. When he sensed the qi, Chen Xiang felt that it was very familiar. Previously, when he absorbed Dao Qi, he had absorbed this kind of unique energy, and this was the qi that was contained within the Dao Qi. Don't tell me this kind of energy can be used? Chen Xiang suddenly remembered about the enchantment outside the profound wasteland. He felt that the enchantment was probably because it had this kind of energy that no one was familiar with, which was why it was hard to break through. What kind of power is this, and what use is it? Chen Xiang approached the city quietly. When he reached the city's gate, he saw a man dressed extravagantly standing there. In the middle of the night, this group of people were lined up in front of the city gate. Chen Xiang walked over and asked an old man dressed in luxurious clothing, "Old sir, what are you doing here?" The old man looked at Chen Xiang with a strange gaze. He had a surprised look on his face. "You don't know why you are here." "I just sing by." Chen Xiang said he suddenly remembered that this profound wasteland was a little special. If not, it would not be called profound wasteland. He knew from Fan S H I plus XN the people in the profound wasteland were all very powerful, and the people here trained in a unique technique which allowed them to obtain a very special power. C2506. C2506. Not only did the old man look at Chen Xiang in shock, the people in front of the old man all heard Chen Xiang's words and turned their heads as well. They looked at Chen Xiang with astonished eyes, causing him to feel uncomfortable. "We're queuing up here, so of course we're entering the city." The old man said, "It's already so late. Why don't you go in during the day?" Chen Xiang felt that it was weird to ask so many questions, so he continued to ask. "The city gates only open at night because during the day, it's too dangerous. The elders' side were all from nearby cities. Those cities were all destroyed by that thing." Chen Xiang immediately looked around. He never thought that such a thing would happen in profound wasteland. The city was being attacked by such a powerful being. "What is that thing?" Chen Xiang asked again. "Black hair's human. We don't know why there would be such a thing. In short, many cities have been destroyed, and only cities like these that use profound Tao power to set up enchantments haven't been destroyed." The old man sighed. "Black hair's human like that usually don't come at night, so we always come at night to line up." Chen Xiang finally understood that the energy in the spirit Dao Qi here was originally called the profound Tao power. When he thought about it again, he felt that it was extremely inconceivable that it had such a unique power. "Then why isn't the door open?" Chen Xiang asked again. "Because the people inside are discussing whether to let us in or not." The old man said, "And entering also requires conditions. Not just anyone can enter." Chen Xiang now understood why these people dressed so decently. They were here to seek shelter in this city. Most of them belonged to the Daopa realm, and there were even people at the 10th stage of the Daopa realm. However, they still had to enter the city to seek shelter, which showed how dangerous it was outside. "If they don't open their doors by day soon, we will have no choice but to hide. If we are unlucky and are found by the black hair's human, we will die for sure." Fear was written all over the elder's face. Chen Xiang looked at the other people, and when he heard the two words black hair's human, their faces were filled with fear, showing just how terrifying black hair's human was. Chen Xiang also patted the old man's back waiting for the city to open up. He wanted to enter and learn more about the situation. Old grandfather, where are the 3 great native banks? Aren't they very strong? They can't do anything to black hairs human? Qinxiang asked. The old man shook his head. None, they can't even protect themselves. Many of the native banks were destroyed, which is strange. Those black hairs human all attacked with a purpose. I heard that when the black hairs human was about to erupt, the moment they entered the city, the first thing they did was to get rid of the 3 great native banks. So it's like that. This definitely was not by chance. He suspected that it might be some kind of punishment that deliberately weakened the strength of the 3 native banks. He and the old man were waiting in line. They asked the old man what the profound Tao power was. The old man said that it was a power unique to the profound wasteland, and they had trained together, but they did not expect it to be used to set up a formation. They did not know that the black hairs human was extremely afraid of this power. If their city had a barrier formed from this power, the city would not have fallen one by one. How should I train? Why can't I absorb them? Qinxiang asked again. What exactly happened to you? No one in profound wasteland would not know of it. You couldn't have come from some other wasteland, right? The old man's words once again caught the attention of many people. They knew that they could not leave profound wasteland now, and if they could, they would not be here. I don't know, I woke up here. Chen Xiang pretended to be stupid. He felt that if he told these people that he was from another world, there would definitely be trouble. It seems like you went berserk during your training. Your brain must have broken down. How pitiful. The old man sighed. Cultivating profound Tao power requires fire, and most people absorb it into their body. Then filter out the profound Tao power from the body, and then force the profound Tao power into a furnace. After being burned by the fire, it can transform into a type of golden mist, and when the time comes, it can be absorbed and cultivated. Qinxiang nodded, but at the same time someone shouted, "Open the door!" The door was open, but it was not. It was a very small door. Many people were very excited. They were all prepared to hide, but now the door was open. Come one at a time. If you don't pass, you won't be able to enter the city. More than 10 people walked out from the small door. They were all very strong. Not bad. After entering our city, you all have to protect our city, and the first thing you have to do is to join our team that is hunting black hairs human. A man said, "Don't worry, we know the weakness of the black hairs human. We will train you when the time comes." As long as he could enter, it was better than staying outside. Let's test each person's cultivation. Those who pass will be able to enter. An old man said. Then everyone lined up and began to test their cultivation. All of them placed their hands on top of a crystal ball. Once the crystal ball was lit up, they would be able to enter the city. Chen Xiang observed for a while and felt that it wouldn't be too hard for everyone to make the crystal ball SHI+NE. After a while, Chen Xiang suddenly heard a weak voice from the front. I am of the 10th stage of the Dao Dan realm, so I will enter very quickly. The person speaking was a young girl dressed in simple clothes. She looked to be around 13 to 14 years old, and she looked extremely pretty. Her pretty face was full of grievance, and she looked very pitiful. No, the higher-ups have requested for us to not allow anyone below the Dao realm in. The old man was very cold as he pushed the girl to the side. I have a jade money, let me in. I'll give you 1 billion jade money. The young girl grew anxious, and her delicate voice became slightly louder. The 3 great native banks are already finished. What use do you have of jade money? The old man sneered. The young girl was standing at the side, biting her lower lip. Her eyes were filled with tears, making her look very pitiful. However, no one was speaking up for her. They were all worried that they wouldn't be able to enter the city if they angered these people. The young lady did not leave, but continued to plead. If she did not enter, with her strength, she would definitely die outside. Furthermore, She was only in her teens and had no experience in surviving. At this moment, she was filled with fear of the outside world. This time, it was Chunxiang's turn. "He pa-s," said the test. "Can we let her in?" Chunxiang said to the old man, and pointed to the young lady who had tears all over her face. "No, say one more word and you won't be able to enter." The old man coldly snorted. This old man's cultivation was very high. Chunxiang guessed that he was from the Taoist Hi+ realm, so no matter how angry Chunxiang was, he could not fight against him. "Then I'm not going in." Chunxiang also could not bear to see the girl alone outside. He walked over, held her hand, and gave up the chance to enter the city. "Little sister, I'll accompany you. Don't be afraid." Chunxiang lovingly wiped away the tears on the girl's beautiful face. C. 2507. C. 2507. The young girl was very moved by Chunxiang's actions and also shed a lot of tears. "Big brother, you should go in. This is a rare opportunity. Don't waste it on me, you will die." The girl swallowed her saliva. "Both of us will die outside anyway. It's no use for you to accompany me. You should just go in." He has no chance. The city is very crowded." The old man coldly snorted. Chunxiang held onto the girl's small hand and laughed. "Go, you won't die, believe me." The young girl was just a single person in her teens. She had been living in fear for the past few days, and being refused to enter the city was also very helpless. In order to accompany her, Chunxiang had given up the opportunity to enter the city. This moved her greatly, and at this moment, she also trusted Chunxiang a lot. Just a moment ago, many people heard Chunxiang asking many foolish questions and thought that he was very ignorant, so they were not afraid. Chunxiang brought the young girl and left the city. On the way, he found out that the young girl was called Lin Chichi and was originally the granddaughter of the Lin family's patriarch, but their Lin family had all been killed by Black Hair's human. She escaped together with her parents. On the way, they met with bad luck, and even his parents sacrificed themselves to protect her. It's really not easy. After experiencing so much, Chunxiang let out a light sigh as he caressed Lin Chichi's face. "Don't cry anymore. I'll take care of you from now on." Thank you, big brother." Lin Chichi hugged onto Chunxiang's arm. Right now, the sky was about to brighten, and she was becoming more and more afraid. In the past, it was only when the sky was dark that people began to feel afraid. But now, it was instead dawn that caused them to feel fear. Chunxiang said to Lin Chichi, "Chichi, you enter one of my spatial treasures first. There will be a few sisters who will play with you inside. This way you will be safer." Lin Chichi listened to everything Chunxiang said. She was a weak little girl in the first place. Of course, she was at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm at such a young age, which showed how strong and powerful the Lin family was previously. Furthermore, her apartment, Tude must also be very good, just that she had never experienced such a thing since she was young. Chunxiang entered the profound wasteland in the middle of the night, so he had never seen that kind of Black Hair's human before. Feng Yujia, Chu Hongqing, and Yang Xiangyin, who were in the Yu Yao Mountain Villa, knew what had happened to Lin Chichi. Moreover, the Yu Yao Mountain Villa was also very beautiful, and there were a few great beauties inside. Lin Chichi's mood was much better now, but she was very worried about Chunxiang, who was outside. "Chichi, you don't have to worry about him. He's just curious about what the Black Hair's human looks like. If he really can't beat him, he would come in here." Feng Yujia caressed Lin Chichi's face and chuckled. "Really? Big brother can also come here to seek shelter? This is great." Lin Chichi suddenly frowned. "Is this big brother's true SPAC? "Yes." "What's wrong?" Chunxiang asked. "If big brother comes in, those Black Hair's human can also come in. Black Hair's human is very powerful. They can enter into other people's real SPAC." Lin Chichi started to worry. She also had real S.P.A.C. There were people in the heavenly Tao realm. If the real S.P.A.C. was not too strong, he could enter the real S.P.A.C. on the spot, and any ripples would affect the real S.P.A.C. in divine sense C. Chun Xiang had thought it strange previously. Since everyone had the real S.P.A.C., wouldn't it be alright as long as they hid inside? That way, they could avoid being attacked by the Black Hair's human and come out again at night. So it turns out that Black Hair's human could enter someone else's real S.P.A.C. So you're saying that once I enter my own divine sense C world, my own Black Hair's human can also follow me in? Qin Xiang asked. Yes, a lot of people thought they would be able to take refuge, but they all died in the end. Lin Chi was very sad at the moment. She felt that she had implicated Qin Xiang. Don't worry, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Chu Hongqing comforted Lin Chi. Lin Chi could only trust Qin Xiang. Although Chun Xiang had never seen the Black Hair's human before, he knew that the Black Hair's human must be very strong. If not, he would not have forced so many people into a corner, causing the entire Lin family to be completely destroyed and the 3 great native banks to be destroyed. In order to be safe, Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and used the large amount of Daoqi from the 6 realms mirrors. He also created an array formation that could absorb the Daoqi and refine the profound Tao power into a barrier. Now, Chun Xiang sat on the 6 realms mirrors and activated the protection array, waiting for daybreak. Looks like I have to find some time to go back to the Heavenly Dragon City and see if the Heavenly Magic Sword has been repaired. When Chun Xiang had Heavenly Magic Sword S, hacking things up was the easiest. Right now, he could only use the fire sword marks to release fire swords to attack. The sky slowly brightened. Lin Chi could also see the situation outside from inside the Yao Mountain Villa. She could see Qin Xiang sitting on something right now. Chun Xiang rode on the 6 realms mirrors S and slowly flew while being vigilant of his surroundings. If there was any movement in the wind or GRA, he would be able to notice it immediately. Black Hair's human? Is he covered in black fur? Qin Xiang asked Lin Chi. No, it's because they're covered in black fog. From a distance, it looks like they have black fur all over their bodies, so that's what we call them. Lin Chi said, Big brother, they are extremely fast. You have to be careful of them. They are usually in a group. A group? How strong was he? What kind of power do you know how to use? Qin Xiang asked again. In an average group of Black Hair's human, there would be one who knew how to use the power of the spatial laws, and there are even 2 who specialize in destroying formations, attacking, killing, and defense. They work together very well. Each group has around 100 people and can easily destroy an entire city. Lin Chi remembered. His voice was filled with fear. Chun Xiang was also extremely surprised at this moment. He had thought that these Black Hair's human were all a group of barbaric fellows, but he never thought that they had such abilities. Furthermore, they had such teamwork, showing their high intelligence. You hear? Chun Xiang suddenly saw a black object in front of him. It's the Black Hair's human. Big brother, you have to be careful. Lin Chi shouted in alarm. Although she was inside the Yao Mountain Villa, she still felt fear when she saw him. Qin Xiang had only just seen Black Hair's human appear in the distance, but he was already in front of him in the next moment. Just as Lin Chi had said, there were those in the Black Hair's human who knew how to use spatial energy, and they were very smart, using teleportation to move a group of Black Hair's human right in front of him. These Black Hair's human's body were no different from a human's. Only their faces were white and their eyes were closed. There was no expression on their faces, only a black aura emitting from their bodies. C. 2508. C. 2508 at this time. Qin Xiang was surrounded by a group of Black Hair's human S. Even though he was on top of the 6 realms mirrors and had many layers of protection arrays with him, he could still feel the powerful aura being released from the Black Hair's human's body. which made him feel a lot of pressure. In such a situation, Chun Xiang immediately activated his 6 realms mirrors and used his spatial energy to teleport out of the encirclement of the black hair's human. At the same time, he also felt a wave of energy attacking him. Boo! Oh. His 6 realms mirrors had been attacked. The attack was extremely powerful, bringing along a scorching energy as well as an extremely violent lightning energy. It was unleashed by several black hairs human S at the same time. Even through the 6 realms mirrors' protective array formation, Qin Xiang felt his entire body becoming hot and numb, and that berserk force penetrated through the 6 realms mirrors' array formation. Without the protection of the 6 realms mirrors, Chun Xiang did not dare imagine the consequences. The black hair's human strength was extremely terrifying, and it had coordinated very well, so their reaction was very fast. The moment they sensed Chen Xiang's teleportation, Chen Xiang's position could be determined, and they could immediately attack fiercely in that direction. Chen Xiang did not expect his opponent's attack to be so ferocious, but his reaction was also very fast. After teleporting a few times, he was already far away from the previous place. However, the black hair's human was still nearby, and he could clearly feel the powerful auras of that group of black hair's human. He then teleported again and again. Currently, he did not dare to leave the 6 realms mirrors, as only the 6 realms mirrors could protect him. He felt that even if he hid himself, the black hair's human would notice him. What a terrifying fellow! This was the first time Qin Xiang had met someone who was so difficult to deal with. Even when he had met those strong humans before, he had not escaped in such a miserable manner. "Big brother, are you all right now?" Lin Chi asked worriedly. "It's nothing. I'm trying to escape. They're chasing me." Chun Xiang replied with a solemn voice. Under the encirclement of so many black hairs humaness, Qin Xiang was still able to escape. Lin Chi was already very impressed with Chun Xiang, because most rankers would not be able to do it. "Do they have any weaknesses?" Qin Xiang asked. "There is, but I do not know. I heard that there are some people in some cities who are aware of the black hairs human's weakness, but they did not make it public." Lin Chi said. Currently, Chun Xiang only knew that the profound Tao power had some effect on the black hairs human, because the formations released by the 6 realms mirrors had some profound Tao power. If not for the profound Tao power, he might have already been heavily injured. "Looks like I need to hurry up and cultivate the profound Tao power. It seems like only with this kind of power can I deal with the black hairs human." Qin Xiang had planned to use the Chuang's Hi plus G-O D furnace to release flames to burn the black hairs human, but it was too late. The black hairs human's attacks were extremely ferocious, so he could only use his time to escape. After he continuously teleported for more than 2 hours, the group of black hairs human S were still in the vicinity. It could be seen that the black hairs human among them who used spatial energy was also very terrifying. Are we going to be chased by them? Qin Xiang was a little anxious. If he could not get rid of these black hairs human, he did not know how long he would run. After considering it for a while, he decided to run towards the profound wasteland's enchantment. Since black hairs human did not appear on top of the new 8 wastelands, it should be because of the barrier. But those black hairs human were unable to break through it. Chun Xiang was getting closer and closer to the barrier. It had only been more than 2 hours, but he had already arrived at the edge of the barrier, and a group of black hairs human S had also arrived. White Tiger Jump. When Chun Xiang approached the barrier, he used the power of the White Tiger Dao mark and left the profound wasteland, arriving at the outside ice ground. Black hairs human was right next to the enchantment, unceasingly attacking Qin Xiang, but their powers were unable to penetrate it, and black hairs human was also unable to break through the enchantment. This was exactly what Qin Xiang had guessed before, that none of these black hairs human would be able to pass through the barrier. Qin Xiang finally heaved a sigh of relief. If he was continuously chased for so long, he didn't know how long he would be able to last. These guys are too scary. Chun Xiang had never been pursued by someone using teleportation, but the other party only had a black hairs human who knew how to use spatial power. While this black hairs human wanted to bring a large group of black hairs human S to teleport to chase after him. Lin Chi asked, "Are you all right?" Chun Xiang nodded his head. "It's fine. Do you want to see them?" Lin Chi shook his head. "I'm not looking. I'm scared." Chun Xiang came to a nearby city and entered the three-money divine city from the city's native bank, then was teleported to the heavenly dragon city from there. Lin Chi was already at the 10th level of the Dao Dan realm at the age of 10, so he was definitely a good sapling. He found LV Chilian and gave him to her. So of course LV Chilian would be happy to stay at the hundreds of Flowers Village. "I will stay here and refine pills. I feel that this new 8 wastelands is getting more and more restless," Feng Yujie said as he came out from the Yao Mountain Villa. "Indeed, we have to increase everyone's cultivation as soon as possible." Chun Xiang nodded. When Chun Xiang went to look for Long Jiuxiao, he wanted to hurry up and obtain the heavenly magic sword. He felt that it should have some effect on those black hairs human S. There are still a few more days before the repair will be completed. Wait a little longer. Long Jiuxiao chuckled. "Seeing that you're in such a hurry, have you encountered some powerful guy?" "Yes, I've encountered something really powerful." Chun Xiang nodded, and then told Long Jiuxiao about the matter of the black hairs human. "Senior Jiuxiao, do you know what that is?" Chun Xiang asked. "I don't know, but it's definitely not simple. Back in the ancient times, Profound Wasteland was one of the most powerful places in the ancient desolation, and now he's actually being made into such a miserable state by this kind of black hairs human. If Profound Wasteland's barrier is destroyed, wouldn't it be very troublesome for black hairs human to come to new 8 wastelands?" Long Jiuxiao's face became gloomy. "Can you condense a bit of profound Tao power for me?" Chun Xiang's 6 realms mirrors still had profound Tao power in it, so he took out the remaining profound Tao power and gave it to Long Jiuxiao. "I will study it well." Long Jiuxiao said, "I will lice the form of this energy as soon as possible and then use it to set up an array formation. The array formations of Heavenly Dragon City and hundreds of Flowers Village must be changed immediately." Long Jiuxiao was very aware of the danger because he had heard a lot of things from Chun Xiang. This was because the 2 generations had fused together, causing many things to change quickly and shockingly. No one knew what would happen in the future. Chun Xiang had made some important discoveries in the Profound Wasteland, so he immediately rushed to the 3-money divine city to look for Fan S. Hi plus XN. The 3 great native bank S were also very concerned about the things that happened in the Profound Wasteland. C. 2509. C. 2509 when Fan S. Hi plus XN found out that Chun Xiang had come to look for him. He felt it was somewhat funny. "What is it? Is it impossible to enter?" Fan S. Hi plus XN laughed. But seeing Chun Xiang's ugly face, he did not laugh anymore. "I'm going in." Chun Xiang took a deep breath. The situation inside is not good. Your native bank has been destroyed, and inside is filled with endless danger. Are you kidding? Did you really go in? We have tried all the rankers in native bank, but none of them were able to break that barrier. Fan S. Hi plus XN said in disbelief. "Really, I almost died inside." Chun Xiang sighed. "Something called Black Hair's human has appeared inside." Chun Xiang told Fan S. Hi plus XIN about the appearance and abilities of the Black Hair's human, and even created many images. He knew that Fan S. Hi plus XN would definitely inform the higher-ups of the 3 great native bank S about this, and that the higher-ups of the 3 great native bank S might even know what it was. This is a very important matter. When Fan SHI plus Xian heard about the situation inside, his expression became serious. I will tell the big boss and the others. Can you go in again? Fan SHI plus Xian asked again. Of course, I want to take a look inside as well. Although Chun Xiang was in a sorry state from being hunted, it was still considered to be safe. After getting his hands on the repaired heavenly magic sword, he planned to go in and try again to see if he could kill 1 or 2 black hairs human S to study. Of course, what he was more curious about was how exactly were these black hairs human born. Was there also a situation in the evil wasteland and above that caused the 3 great native bank S to be damaged? Then, can you bring our men in to take a look? Fan S HI plus Xian asked again. This. I can bring them in, but I'm worried that if I bring them in, they'll lose their lives. Chun Xiang said he currently did not know the exact strength of those black hairs human S, but they were definitely strong. If not, they would not have been destroyed. You don't have to worry about that. We will send 9 elite warriors, each of us 3 native bank S. Fan S HI plus Xian said, Come find me when you go. Bring them with you. All right. Chun Xiang nodded. The experts sent by the 3 great native bank must be very strong. Chun Xiang thought that nothing would happen at that time. Spirit Wasteland, White Spirit City. When Chun Xiang arrived, she immediately teleported over. She actually knew that Chun Xiang had entered her city. Little scoundrel, you came to play with me so quickly. Did you miss me? Xia Beiling pinched Chun Xiang's face and laughed. Sister Beiling, I miss you so much every day. Of course. I came here this time to tell you something important. Chun Xiang grabbed onto Xia Beiling's fair hands. He was a little serious at this moment, because when he thought about the black hairs human running out from the profound wasteland, he became extremely worried. Xia Beiling stuck his tongue out at Chun Xiang, then immediately brought Chun Xiang to teleport into her secret room. What is it? Xia Beiling asked. Chun Xiang told Xia Beiling about the situation inside the profound wasteland. Although Xia Beiling was a little lacking, she was still a Dao sovereign and could be considered strong within the spirit wasteland, so he had to let her know. Xia Beiling frowned and said, This is not a good thing. Sister Beiling, you know about those black hairs human? Chun Xiang asked anxiously. I know a little. Our master told us that these black hairs human were all. Their names are natural law guardians. Xia Beiling's face became serious. Hearing these words, Chun Xiang had a bad feeling. Obviously, those black hairs human were raised by the heavens. No wonder they were so terrifying. Was this caused by the heavenly Tao and was specially designed to be destroyed? Chun Xiang asked. That's not true. My master said that a group of natural law guardians made some mistakes in their creation, so they were abandoned and sealed in the ancient wastelands. Because these natural law guardians are not easy to kill, if they were to kill them, they would have to pay a large price. Xia Beiling said, What price? Chun Xiang said, Isn't this created by the heavens? The heavenly Tao was so powerful, yet it could not be destroyed. You actually stayed behind to harm me. It was created by the heavens, but I heard that the earliest group of people asked the heavens to create it when the heavens were created. They gave their management to them. After that group of people found out that there was a big problem with the natural law guardians, they sealed it. Because those people are not as strong as the natural law guardians, it would not be easy for them to destroy it, and they can only be sealed. Xia Beiling sighed. My master said because those people asked the heavens to create those natural law guardians as according to their description, and also because those people did not describe them meticulously enough, and there were many holes in their descriptions, and that group of people were afraid of angering the heavens, so they did not dare to let the heavenly Tao reclaim those natural law guardians as. Who are those people? Chun Xiang asked, but he seemed to have already guessed who it was. I don't know either. I only know that those people were originally in charge of controlling the heavenly Tao. My master said that he was once one of those people. Xia Beiling said, in the past, as long as they got an altar or something, like the heavenly Tao asking for something, they could all get it. For the sake of saving trouble, that group of people asked a group of natural law guardians S. This bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Qin Xiang could not help but scold. It's a good thing that the profound wasteland has a powerful barrier right now, but I don't know how long they can hold it off. If that group of black hairs human were to break through the barrier and come out, it would be dangerous for the new 8 wastelands. Yes, but I can't find those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S anymore. Xia Beiling also scolded. Qin Xiang felt that this group of people could very likely be the natural law divine spirits group. Although this group wasn't bad, they didn't have much ability and were almost defeated by the undead divine race and his group. Right now, he did not know where the natural law divine spirit was either. I'm prepared to go in again after a period of time and check out the situation. This way, we'll be better prepared in the future, and I'll need to bring the people from the 3 great native banks in as well. Qin Xiang said, when are we leaving? I'll go too. You were already so dangerous the last time I went. I'm not at ease letting you go by yourself. Xia Beiling scoffed. Sister Beiling, you're so nice. You're so concerned about me. Qin Xiang chuckled, then pulled Xia Beiling's little jade hand and rubbed it. Xia Beiling pulled back her hand and said coquettishly, you little scoundrel, you're trying to take advantage of me again? When exactly are you going to set off for profound wasteland? In a few days. Qin Xiang said, are you busy here? It's still 10 years before you start your war with the beasts. Don't you need to prepare? I am only responsible for refining the pills. The rest are for Su Kong and Qingyang. Come find me before you set out again. I'll go tell this matter to Su Kong and Qingyang, and let them be on their guard. Xia Beiling said, C. 2510. C. 2510, it would also be much more convenient for Qin Xiang to go to the Heavenly Dragon City, since the 3 great native banks had already been constructed there. Lin Chi-Chi, who he had just brought back, was doing very well inside. She no longer had to worry about it all the time. She was extremely grateful to Qin Xiang, and even said that she would need to serve Qin Xiang for the rest of her life to repay him. After Qin Xiang stayed in Hundreds of Flowers Village for a few days to relax, Long Shuangru gave the heavenly magic sword to him. The heavenly magic sword was still the same. It looked like an ordinary iron sword, but it did not have a sword tip previously, but it had now been repaired. As Qin Xiang held the heavenly magic sword, he also felt that there was something different. My dad said that the repaired heavenly magic sword will be sharper than before, and he has also improved a bit, so you will know when you use it in the future. Long Shuangru said, as long as it's sharp and S to you, R-D-Y. Qin Xiang brandished it a few times and laughed. It's best if it can cut through anything. Be careful when you go to that D-A-M Ned place. Long Shuangru said with great concern, little scoundrel, do you want me to go with you? It's been a long time since I fought alongside you. Long Shui patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and laughed. These few days, she had been pestering Qin Xiang every day, but Qin Xiang was completely ravaged by her group of girls. No need, little naughty dragon is still too weak right now. We should wait for him to become a little stronger. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Underestimating you. Just you wait. Long Shui was very unwilling to accept this. After Qin Xiang obtained the heavenly magic sword, he immediately headed to the spirit wasteland to find Xia Beiling. I have already told this to Su Kong and Qingyang, and they are already making preparations. Oh, yeah, the 2 of them seem to have a way to defend against those black hairs human S. Tell the Heavenly Dragon City's dragon to talk to them. Xia Beiling replied, they are very willing to help. The Heavenly Dragon City and the Hundreds of Flowers Village had a very close relations. I plus P with Qinxiang. Su Kong and Qingyang both admired Qinxiang a lot, and Qinxiang had also helped them before, so they were naturally willing to cooperate with other cities as well. I will inform them. Let's go. Qinxiang said. Xia Beiling entered the Yu Yao mountain villa, and as soon as she entered, he played a song for her while dancing. When Chen Xiang arrived at the Three-Money Divine City, he asked Huang Jintian here to tell him to take a trip to either Qingyang City or the Void City to find Qingyang about the matter of defending the Black Hair's human. After that, he went to find Fan S H I plus Xan. Manor Lord Fan, I'm preparing to set off. Where are your people? Seeing Fan S H I plus Xin coming into the hall, Qinxiang asked, They're all here. Fan S H I plus Xin took out a 9-story peg, Oda, and smiled lightly. They are all inside. As long as you hold the peg. Oh, then enter the barrier, they will come out. Oh, right, don't put this peg. Oh, into your spatial magic treasure. Well, is that really okay? Those Black Hairs human S are very strong, and I heard that they are even what kind of natural law guardians they were back then. Qinxiang said, Oh, you know about the natural law guardians too? Who told you? Fan S H I plus Xan had just found out about it from the great landlord. A friend told me. Qinxiang said, Seems like it's true. There are a lot of natural law guardians in this group. We need to confirm about their situation. It was originally sealed in the Profound Wasteland S, Devil Wasteland S, and Evil Wasteland S. Fan S H I plus Xan said, After these natural law guardians are awake, the 3 ancient barriers will activate on their own, preventing them from escaping. However, the humans inside the ancient barriers will be in trouble. Then are those barriers very strong? Qinxiang asked. They can't be sure either. All they know is that the barrier absorbs the power of the ancient desolate core to maintain its circulation. If the natural law guardians evolved to have intelligence similar to a human's, then they would definitely have a way to break it with their current strength. Fan S H I plus Xan said, The current natural law guardians doesn't have intelligence. In their minds, there is only slaughter, and it is all daytime. At night, they will hide and rest. If they develop their own intelligence and have their own consciousness, then they will become a force that can move even at night and day. Chen Xiang was most worried about this. If he really ran out, this new 8 wastelands would definitely be in trouble. Qin Xiang took the golden peg. Oh, duh, and went to the side of Profound Wasteland. He only went in when it was night. Just like last time, he used the white tiger's jump and easily entered the Profound Wasteland. After entering, the golden tower suddenly flashed and 9 golden-robed men appeared. We'll meet here in 10 days. If you don't see us in 10 days, then you don't need to wait for us. It means that we're dead, so you can just bring the peg. Oh, back. One of the golden-robed men said to Qin Xiang. And after that, the 9 of them turned into 9 rays of light and ran off in 9 different directions. Qin Xiang didn't even have time to speak to them before they disappeared. Sister Bailing. Qin Xiang shouted. Xia Beiling also came out from the Yu Yao mountain villa. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and then sat on it with Xia Beiling. Those 9 fellows from earlier all possess Tao sex cultivation. They can be considered very powerful. They are indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great native bank guests. Only they are willing to send those 9 Tao sect members to their deaths. Xia Beiling said, After the Tao sect, it should be the Tao Doom. After the Tao Doom, it should be the Tao Sovereign. The Tao Zong realm is so strong, you actually went to die? Chen Xiang frowned. Could it be that we are still unable to deal with the 9 of them? If the 9 of them are together, then it would be all right, but they are separated. From the looks of it, they are heading towards the native bank to investigate, and they definitely have a map on them, so they know where all the native bank guests are located. Xia Beiling said, Qin Xiang then began to urge the Six Realms mirrors to use the profound Tao power to lay down the array, enveloping the outside of the Six Realms mirrors. This time he used more array formations, layer after layer, to protect the Six Realms mirrors. Go deeper in and see their city. Those cities definitely have ways to deal with the black hairs human. Xia Beiling said, "Didn't you go to a city last time?" "Well, but I don't want to go anymore," and Kiki said, "It's not just the city, there's something else." Qin Xiang said, "Since it's still night time, we should quickly find another city." Lin Qiqi told Chu Hongqing a lot of things in the Yao Mountain Villa, including the location of other cities. Chu Hongqing and Yang Xiangyin also remembered it. Qin Xiang would start searching for those cities, according to what they told him. He first went to the city he came to last time, then teleported using this city's location, according to the direction that Qi told him to teleport to. In the middle of the night, Qin Xiang finally found a city. This city also had a tall and thick black city wall, its city gate tightly shut. This city had a barrier, but to Qin Xiang it was nothing. He just jumped in with a white tiger, while Xia Beiling stayed inside the Yao Mountain Villa. Entering the city, Qin Xiang noticed that a lot of people were gathered at a big plaza, and in front of the plaza there was a tall platform. There were actually tied up over 10 black hairs humaness. The powerful black hairs human was actually caught. See 2511. See 2511. Qin Xiang had previously seen the might of the black hairs human, but the black hairs human before him had actually been tied up to act as an example to the public. He began to suspect that these black hairs human were captured because they were weak, but when he walked closer, he could feel an angry yet powerful aura being emitted from the black hairs human's body. Although these black hairs human were tied up and sealed inside the array, the power within their bodies was not weak at all. Feeling that strong aura, Qin Xiang was a little worried that these black hairs human would come out. "This must be captured by Squad 7. A spectating old man exclaimed. "How amazing! The other teams are only going to bring the corpses back, but they managed to capture them alive." "That's right. Capturing these guys alive really requires a lot of strength, and there's even more than 10 of them. I heard that even Squad 7 only has 8 people. Team 7 is undoubtedly the strongest team. We can relax now that these teams are so powerful." At this time, Qin Xiang also understood that this city had small teams that specialized in killing black hairs human. These small teams were definitely very strong, and they also received very good treatment. The people from this city are really powerful. They are much stronger than the previous city, but they are actually able to catch this kind of thing alive. The reason they are doing this is to appease people. Qin Xiang said, "I wonder how strong those black hairs human are." Xia Beiling said, "If it's just 10 guys like you, I can handle them." "Really?" Qin Xiang anxiously asked. "If you can get me a corpse, that's enough. I really want to see the structure of these guys." These 10 fellows should have just been caught. It was currently night time. Didn't they say that this fellow didn't have any offensive ability at night? Of course it's easy to catch. Xia Beiling said, "The 7th group must have groped their way over at night to capture these fellows." Qin Xiang nodded. "That's possible." Sure enough, it was just as Xia Beiling had said. The 7th group did indeed go and capture these black hairs human at night, and at this moment, Qin Xiang heard someone talking about this matter. "The city lord is here." Someone suddenly shouted. City lord was an old man. He walked in front of the 10 black hairs human and said loudly, "Everyone knows that these 10 fellows were captured alive by our 7th squad. Although they are moving at night, according to what the captain of the 7th squad said, these guys' fighting capabilities are also very powerful at night. It's almost no different from the day, only they won't take the initiative at night, and their vigilance and perception will decrease a little at night. However, once we attack them, they will also retaliate fiercely, and our 7th team will be able to catch them through sneak attacks." This will allow us to understand more about these black hairs humaness. It is possible to kill them at night, which means we cannot sit still and wait for death. We need to retaliate. Chen Xiang had already known from Lin Qiqi that black hairs human only appeared in the profound wasteland a few years ago, and it was growing. Everyone's understanding of the black hairs human was also very limited. Now, our 10 teams are ready to recruit people. If you're interested, you can go to the City Lord's Mansion to register, undergo the A.S. assessment, and then join the team. After training, you will be able to follow our excellent team and not kill the black hairs human. This city looked pretty good as well. They were prepared to fight back and kill the black hairs human. Chen Xiang only looked around. He obviously did not plan to sign up because it was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, he was an unlucky person in the city. He had used the white tiger jump to enter, and if he found out, he was afraid that he would be kicked out. Are you sure you're not going? Xia Beiling thought that Chen Xiang had gone back. I don't want to go. It's too dangerous. What kind of natural law guardians are those? The 3 great native banks were so powerful, yet they were killed, not to mention the people who took refuge in this city. Chen Xiang said, these black hairs human are definitely not that simple. If they are able to evolve their intelligence and act at night, then they will be in danger. Black hairs humans' fighting strength was also very strong at night, but they were not vigilant. It was only because when they created it, they were given the order to rest during the night. Chen Xiang was interested in the black hairs human, but he just wanted to get some corpses to look at, so as to not fight face to face with these black hairs humaness. Last time he was besieged, he felt a shadow in his heart. Sister Bailing, where do you think these black hairs human would hide? Then how did Squad 7 find it? Chen Xiang asked. How about we go out at night and see if we can find black hairs human? Go in a bit and carefully observe these black hairs humaness, Xia Beiling said. Chen Xiang squeezed to the front and carefully observed black hairs human. Black hairs human skin was all white, but it was not the kind of white that looked good. It was just like a dead person, without any life in them, but only on their skin, while their bodies emitted a strong life force. In addition, they were constantly releasing a black aura. If one looked from afar, they would see that they looked like people with wild, unruly hair. They were not wearing any clothes, and their bodies were covered in a black aura like a black bear. It's all very strange. I can't sense the elemental energy in their bodies, Xia Beiling said, but there are still traces of water vapor outside of them. Since their skin can do this, they should be immersed in water often. Don't tell me they were in the water at night. Chen Xiang said in shock. That should be it. Go out of the city and see where there is a river or lake nearby. Xia Beiling said. Chen Xiang observed with his Dao heart eye and saw that the hearts of the black hairs human were covered with a ball of golden light. It was hard for him to tell what kind of power the black hairs human used, but it looked like they were all using the same type of power, making it hard to tell them apart. I can only capture one to take a look. Chen Xiang could only look for it himself, although there was one right in front of him. Chen Xiang quietly left the city, still using the white tiger's jump to run out. It was impossible to leave through the city gate. Once he was outside the city, Chen Xiang started using the Dao Heart Eye to check the distribution of the Dao Qi. It was very easy to see where the water-type Qi was, but if there was a large distribution in the area, he would head towards a certain direction. Soon he found the direction. After teleporting for a moment, he found a very quiet lake. The lake was very large, and the end couldn't be seen. On the lakeside, there were many deep footprints, as if a burly man had stepped on them. Chen Xiang also felt the aura of the black hairs human, and he started to get nervous.